And so when I say Chinese, I want you to scream out the nation that's associated with this. For example, if I say Chinese, you're going to say what?
China.
All right, let's say it with authority. When I say Chinese, you say what? China. All right, that's just a test right there. So here we go. Chinese.
China.
Russian.
Russia.
Italian.
Italy.
German.
Germany.
Swedish.
Sweden.
Korean.
Korea.
Egyptian.
Egypt.
Nigerian.
Nigeria.
Black.
Exactly. Nothing. Tell him, Pastor. Tell him, Pastor. Black, nothing.
I hope you were able to successfully identify the issue.
The same people that have stripped us of our identity and labeled us as a color have told us what it means to be black.
The white man is enacting a story all over the world. We left our homes and flooded the world. We smothered culture. We smothered knowledge. We erased history and rewrote it our way. Myself, my grandfather is 100% Ashkenazi Jewish. Claiming to be Jewish, Ashkenazi Jewish is just a conspiracy. White men claiming to be of tribes of Israel when I'm Germanic. You know, I have no ties to Israel, no ties to Judaism. You know, except loosely written history that's been whitewashed over for centuries, and you know,
from the Renaissance.
Oh yeah, right. You wipe everything clean. It's funny how exactly the Renaissance. It's this rebirth, but it's white rebirth. I think at the same exact time the Renaissance is happening, Columbus is sailing to America and committing genocide.
The same people that have stripped us of our identity and labeled us as a color have told us what it means to be black.
There's only one true ethnic Jew, the Mizrahi Jew, because they are Africans, and if you read the original Bible written in Phoenician Hebrew, they're not. Jewish people are not Europeans. The modern Jews in Israel are Russians or Khazars to be precise, from Russia. I learned
anti-Semitic statements are never good for anybody, right? It's kind of like being anti-black.
But, you know, it's really interesting. I didn't realize that I could be considered anti-Semitic till I read one of the definitions of anti-Semitism. Look at this. The definition says, making mendacious, demonizing, or stereotypical allegations about Jews as such, or the power of Jews as a collective, such as, especially, but not exclusively. This sounds like a, let it go by. What was that? All right, so it says, think about it, that sounds like the type of wording that's in the contracts, right?
Indeed.
Such as, especially, but not exclusively, the myth about a world Jewish conspiracy or of Jews controlling the media, economy, government, or other societal institutions.
But isn't that what you said? that Jews run everything?
Yeah, but that actually is considered to be anti-Semitic.
Right.
So I didn't realize that it was anti-Semitic to say, hey, you know, I have a Jewish attorney, I have a Jewish record label, I have a Jewish contractor, I have a
Do you regret your statements?
Or the statements you think you should be walking back? I mean, considering...
What do you mean walking back?
Well, you know, backing up off of them. I mean, the thing is, you've lost a lot of endorsements. People are dropping you. You're getting, you know, vilified. You know, I mean, you might think you're right, but I think, you know, there's a whole world out there that's condemning you for what you said.
Okay, so this right here is a chart of Universal Studios, 20th Century Fox, ABC News, CBS News, Columbia Pictures, Warner Brothers, ESPN Sports, Fox News, Washington Post, Metro Goldwyn Mayer, MTV Music Television, Nickelodeon, USA Today, Wall Street Journal, Comedy Central, NBC Entertainment, Google, what else do we have? Disney, ABC Kids and Family, YouTube, Los Angeles Times, Discovery Network, Paramount Pictures, Facebook, Huffington Post, Yahoo, Marvel, Hulu, Cosmopolitan, Time, Touchstone, Associated Press, Pixar, Miramax, HBO, New York Post, LucasArts, MSNBC, DreamWorks Animation. Now, the thing is, I skipped over maybe about 5 of them because it was just unclear on this list. The red are the executives that are Jewish at these companies.
Do you think they stuck together when they heard what you said? Was that what happened?
I'm so glad you're here because you. I'm so glad you're here because you can bring great clarity. Can you tell us a little bit about the Sephardic Jews and how they were scattered because they went west?
I sure can.
Because the reason why I want to is because a lot of them, and a lot of people don't know this, are in the Caribbean.
They are.
In the islands.
And you're one of them. I know that.
I'm one of them.
I know that.
Because, you know, a lot of folk don't know that those roots are there. One of the first batches of slaves that came to Jamaica, they were the Sephardic Jews. It's documented.
And they're all over the Caribbean, South America, Central America, and even the South Central United States.
Wow.
And DNA testing is a factor in all this now.
With a week of hindsight, are you sorry for the hurt that your posts caused people?
I'll take my responsibility for posting that. Some things that were questionable in there, untrue. Like I said, and the first time you guys asked me when I was sitting on that stage, I don't believe everything that everybody posts. It's a documentary, so I'll take my responsibility.
It seems like Adam Silver wanted to hear the word "I apologize," or in your mind, you said, "I didn't mean to cause any harm." Were you apologizing, or did you not apologize?
I didn't mean to cause any harm. I'm not the one that made the documentary.
What are the specific things in the documentary that you don't believe are true and that you don't believe represent your wrongs?
I think some of the criticism of the Jewish faith in the community, for sure. Some points made in there that were unfortunate.
Kyrie, are you surprised that you did hurt people?
Surprised that I did hurt people?
Are you surprised that reaction and some of the things that you did hurt people?
Yeah, I think I can ask a better question. It's just, where were you when I was a kid, figuring out that 300 million of my ancestors are buried in America? Where were you guys asking those same questions when I was a kid learning about the traumatic events of my familial history and what I'm proud to come from and why I'm proud to stand here and why when I repeat myself that I'm not going to stand down, it has nothing to do with dismissing any other race or group of people. I'm just proud of my heritage and what we've been through. And the fact that this has pinned me against the Jewish community. And I'm here answering questions of whether or not I'm sorry or not on something I didn't create. And it was something I shared, and I'm telling everybody I'm taking responsibility, then that's where I sit. So, you know, these same questions that you guys ask, me dealing with it as being a melanated, pigmented person all around the world and dealing with racial biases against my skin color, demeaning me because of my religious beliefs, and I'm still sitting in the seat standing. I take my full responsibility. Again, I'll repeat it, for posting something on my Instagram or Twitter that may have had some unfortunate falsehoods in it. But I also am a human being that's 30 years old, and I've been growing up in a country that's told me that I wasn't worth anything, and I came from a slave class, and I come from a people that are meant to be treated the way we get treated every day. So I'm not here to compare anyone's atrocities or tragic events that their families have dealt with generations of time. I'm just here to continue to expose things that our world continues to put in darkness. I'm a light. I'm a beacon of light. That's what I'm here to do. You guys ask me questions about basketball, I give you my expert opinion. You guys ask me about other things, I give you my opinion, and it's met with whatever you believe the perception or the deception is. You guys investigate my life every day, and you justify it by serving your own purpose, which I honor. I would like the same respect in return. It's unfortunate timing that we're in, but I'm glad that I could stand on the truth, because I'm not afraid of these mics, these cameras. I used to be, looking everyone in the eye and telling them the truth, that I'm proud of who I am. Any label that you put on me, I'm able to dismiss because I studied. I know the Oxford Dictionary, you look it up, right? Just one of the biggest mistakes I had in being a kid was not knowing European or Western language until I started looking it up and understanding the definitions and why they say, if you want to trick a black person, put it in the book. I was wondering my whole life why they said that. Now I'm 30 years old and I know reading is a superpower because it helps me understand where I'm going and where I come from. Like a tree with roots.
Kyrie, the documentary listed among falsehoods. It said the Holocaust didn't happen. Do you believe the Holocaust
those falsehoods
happened?
are unfortunate. And it's not that I don't believe in the Holocaust. I never said that. Never, ever have said it. It's not come out of my mouth. I never tweeted it. I never liked anything like it. So the Holocaust in itself is an event that means something to a large group of people that suffered something that could have been avoided. No one said we had to practice racism. No one said we had to treat each other like garbage.
Kyrie, for the record, do you have any anti-Semitic beliefs?
Again, I'm gonna repeat. I don't know how the label becomes justified because you guys ask me the same questions over and over again. But this is not gonna turn into a spin around cycle of questions upon questions. I told you guys how I felt. I respect all walks of life and embrace all walks of life. That's where I sit.
I think what people want to hear, though, is just a yes or no on that question. Yes or no.
I cannot be anti-Semitic if I know where I come from. I cannot be anti-Semitic if I know where I come from. I cannot.
Look, if he keeps making a big thing out of the word promotion, that is promotion. If on your social media you say, boom, here's a link to this, that tells me, hey, you should watch this. Correct? He's got 17 million Instagram followers, another 5 million or so on Twitter. You're all over social media. Do you ever put something out there, Shaq, that does not represent something that you feel? Do you ever put something out there, Shaq, that does not represent something that you feel? Do you ever put something out there, Shaq, that does not represent something that you feel?
People happy. I try to make people smile. My formula has always been the same: 60% to make you laugh, 30% to inspire you, and 10% whatever I'm selling. You have to be aware of what you're doing, and you have to be aware that sometimes when you put stuff out, not everybody's gonna like it. Some people are conscious, some people are not. I could tell he's not conscious. He doesn't really care what's going on. But us, I know that the game that we used to love and we promote, it brings people together. And it hurts me sometimes when we have to sit up here to talk about stuff that divides the game. Now we got to answer for what this idiot has done.
Shalom, shalom, Hebrews. Ron Dalton Jr. giving you a special announcement. This Thursday coming up, we're going to be at the Cityplex 12 Theater in Newark, New Jersey. If you haven't seen the first movie, well, actually, if you haven't seen the second movie, but you've seen the first movie, you need to come out to the Cityplex 12 Theater in Newark, New Jersey. We're going to be showing the movie Hebrews Negroes 2, Revelation, The Age of Awakening, hosted by the Bethel International Church under Dr. Gloria Harris. You want to come out, get your tickets before that date because we have a limited seats that are available. And you want to get your tickets early so that when you come to the door try to get tickets, you're not going to be told that it's sold out. So I'm going to say it again. This Thursday coming up in Newark, New Jersey, August 22nd, Thursday, Newark, New Jersey. Want to come out to the Cityplex 12 Theater, Newark, New Jersey. Want to come out to the Cityplex 12 Theater, Newark, New Jersey. Want to come out to the Cityplex 12 Theater.
And it hurts me sometimes when we have to sit up here to talk about stuff that divides the game. Now we got to answer for what this idiot has done. We got to answer for what this idiot has done. We got to answer.
First of all, Adam's Jewish. You can't take my $40 million and insult my religion. If you're going to insult me, you have the right, but I have the right to say, no, you're not going to take my $40 million and insult my religion. I think the NBA, they made a mistake. We have suspended people and fined people who have made homophobic slurs, and that was the right thing to do. I think if you insult the black community, you should be suspended or fined heavily, depending. I saw they did the same thing to the kid in Minnesota this year when he made the gay slur. I think you should get suspended or fined. I think him acknowledging the Alex Jones thing should have happened with that too, because that dude's crazy. And I can't believe that we ain't talking about that. We're talking about this idiot.
Genesis chapter 11, verse 10 explains the genealogy of Shem. Shem was a black man in Africa. If you repeat this fact, they can't laugh at you. If you repeat this fact, they can't laugh at you. If you repeat this fact, they can't laugh at you.
Want to say peace and blessings to everyone. Hope all is well with you. I know this was an extended intro, and I purposely did that just so that way you guys can, really listen. And those that's not familiar with what transpired, at least you have the audio, you have some clips that you can go and make you can kind of reference, and you can kind of hear with your own ears. And I got some additional clips I'm going to post, clips of, for example, Floyd Mayweather and others that are supporting Kyrie Irving. But I do want to say this, family, we're living in a time, and those that have really heard me teach, I teach ancient Hebrew and I teach the Israeli language, and we'll deal with Israeli if we have enough time to deal with it and give you proper clarity, because there's a difference between saying Israel and Israeli, right? Israeli, in a nutshell, is those that have been born on the soil of Israel, but they are not, that's not their place of origin. So that's why you hear the term Israeli a number of times, right? So we'll deal with that if we have enough time. Actually, I'm going to deal with it. We got plenty of time. It's Saturday night, right? What else do we have to do? And I really appreciate you guys for the love and support, supporting the channel and everything. And if you're not subscribed to the channel, hit that thumb, hit the like, get the likes up and share the video, because we're going to share a lot of stuff here that's going to address the issue that we see today. We're going to deal with that propaganda machine. All right. And guess what? I got my book. Right. This is the book Ryan highlighted. right? In our last time we got together. So I got my book here. And so we're going to confirm whether or not if Ron told the truth, if Ron properly quoted from the source, or if he, misled, right? So we're going to touch on that. And it's really imperative for us to do our own due diligence, because what I'm finding out is, and if you listen to all the people that's talking about it, only a handful of people read it. I'm going to show you a clip of a rabbi, and you guys vote. And I want you guys to vote whether or not if you believe that this rabbi actually watched the movie and if he read the book, right? This is a clip coming from ESPN, right? And let me pull it up here. Fair use. I want to say that before I use this clip, because right now there's a number of things that this platform is doing to try to suppress the views and subscribers and all that other stuff. So let me just say that right now, fair use. But listen to what this rabbi said. And I'm also going to answer some questions too, because I know some of you guys had the questions about Kanye West, all right, about anti-Semitism. So let me play this clip one more time.
Why is the material in this book and film so deeply offensive?
Absolutely. So just here in Los Angeles, the Los Angeles City Council passed 2 days ago the definition of anti-Semitism according to the IHRA, which is the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance. And in that definition, it says that a perception of hatred to the Jewish community is the definition of anti-Semitism. Now, somebody asked, Charles Barkley asked me 2 days ago, have I read it or seen that movie? And so when he asked, I looked it up and I started seeing what those anti-Semitic tropes were. Number one, there's untruths there. And when untruths are then seen as truths to the next person, that leads to very dangerous consequences.
All right, so I'm going to prove to you that he didn't read the book. He didn't watch the movie, but he's echoing talking points from the person that wrote the article. You know, that's all they're doing. That's all you hear. You hear them saying anti-Semitic tropes, anti-Semitic tropes. And we're going to go to that article. So if you guys believe that this rabbi, and this is no insult to the rabbi, but we just have to be fair about this. Type 1, if you believe that the rabbi read the book. Type 2, if you believe that the rabbi did not read the book. All right? If you believe he read the book, type 1. If you believe he did not read the book, type 2. And we'll post some of your comments. We'll post some of you guys here, your responses, just so that way we get a understanding that, give some shout outs rather. So let's give some shout outs here. Okay. Stacy Pullum, right? Peace and blessings, sis. He didn't read the book too, for he didn't read the book. Soul City Original. He didn't read the book. That didn't sound convincing. Who else do we have here? Kahalia Smith. Didn't read the book. Shout outs to you. Black Tool. He said he believed he read the book. Okay. Not mad at you, but hey, you give me your assessment. All right. So so far we have one person, Black Tool. Who else do we have here? Hands. No, he didn't read the book. Aerospike. Didn't read the book. Keith Williams. Didn't read the book. Apostle Curtis Lewis, aka, hey, matter of fact, family, let's show some love to the elder. Really appreciate all the hard work and the labor that this elder is putting in for this awakening for our community. He has a ministry, he has a church, he has an assembly. Actually, I like to use the term assembly because of the things that are attached to the word church. But he's out in Louisiana. We'll have him on if he's able to come on. He can give you more information about his YouTube platform and more about his ministry. Actually, his YouTube handles are just what you see on the screen. All right. And also, while I'm here, for those that are familiar with the plumber, Israelite who really have a heart for the Most High, got word recently that he had passed away. He transitioned, and they believe he died from a heart attack earlier today. So our condolences to the family, to the loved ones, and we're going to see what we can do to be a blessing to his family. And so, but with that being said, just thought I'd share the news. And family, be prayed up. Just know that make it a point to make sure that your life is right, because anything can happen. Tomorrow is not guaranteed. All right. So let's see who else here. Ray Graphics Design 2. All right. So far, you guys are not, I'd say probably 98% or 99% don't believe he read the book. You Love Yah. He didn't read it. Susan Gibney, peace and blessings, sis. I guess the 3 is stand for not sure. All right. Nadia Yah's Light, peace and blessings. 2, he didn't read it. Watchman Shaka Yashra Al, didn't read it. Good Measures, didn't read it. Sister Knit and More, didn't read it. Karima, Poet, and got to get you on here, sis, want to hear some of your material. All right. Didn't read it. Yah Son, didn't read it. And 300, didn't read it. Who else do we have here? DK, he didn't read it. Alicia Alexander, didn't read it. Who else do we have here? Diamond Love, didn't read it. Sister Diamond. Israelite wife, Desiree, didn't read it. So far, 99% didn't read it. Coco G, didn't read it. Andre Bell, didn't read it. Trayvon Chapman, didn't read it. Who else we have here? Alexandria Leggett, didn't read it. Peace and blessings to you, sis. My buddy Jay Highstyle, show some love to my buddy Jay Highstyle. All right. Didn't read it. Right. Fast Nickel, didn't read it. All right. So far, we 90, I wouldn't say 99% says he didn't read it. Who else do we have here? All right. John 1010 didn't read it. Antonio didn't read it. On the go. All right. Didn't read it. Let's see who else we have here. Leslie Enoch didn't read it. All right. So also we have another elder in the building here. Dexter Lyons. He didn't read it. Let me pull him up here, family. Let's show some love for the elder here. I like to respect the elders when they're here. So far, everyone, with the exception of 1 or 2 people, agree that he didn't read it. I want to say shout outs to Minister Casey L. Huey, putting out some great music, family. And I want to say peace and blessings. And if you available, elder, when I drop the link inside the chat and you want to come on and share your thoughts, feel free to do so. All right. So far, everyone is in agreement, right? Didn't read it. He did not read it. I don't believe he read it based upon his comments that he made. Okay. So let's go ahead and get into this because we got a lot to unpack. We got a lot to cover tonight. Really appreciate you guys again for the love and support. And again, I ordered this book right here. We didn't go into it because I didn't have the book, right? So I want you guys to, notice I got the book and we're going to confirm a few things with this book. All right. So I want to just hold the book up just so that way, when you see me bring up the slides on that, you see that, hey, I got the book. I'm not just quoting. No, I actually have the source here. All right. So let's go ahead and go into it. Let me stretch this out. All right. Oh, Susan Gibney, she said she actually typed it in incorrectly. Hey, it's all good, sis. It's all good. All right. So pretty much it's almost unanimous, right? 99, we could say 99.9%. Everyone is in agreement with the exception of one said that they believe that he did read it. But pretty much we all in agreement that he did not read it. Okay. So, and we're going to get to that too. So going to Kyrie Irving, and matter of fact, family, we need to boycott. We need to boycott, family. Family, don't get so deep. And I'm really disappointed with the conscious community. I want to call them the unconscious community, right? That, Sinetta TV and those guys, with everything that's going on, they want to do, he want to do a live. That platform want to do a live about whether or not Kanye West is the Messiah. Instead of dealing with the issue, they want to talk more about whether or not if Kanye West is the Messiah. Sinetta TV, whole platform is just all about bashing the Hebrew Israelites. That's all he do. That's all they do. That's all they do. That's why you don't see a lot of things that are being said there. See, one thing I would say about, if you understand the 60s, the 50s and 60s, right? I'm gonna upload some clips this week, right? Over the weekend. I'll do it tomorrow. I'm going to upload a clip of Martin Luther King and Muhammad Ali, right? Muhammad Ali, a Muslim. Nation of Islam is what he was part of. Martin Luther King, the civil rights movement. They met when Muhammad Ali was going through his situation, similar to Kyrie Irving. Took a stand because he got drafted to go to Vietnam. And he took a stand and said he is not going that route. He is not going in and fight a war against a people that never called him nigger. That's his exact words. He said they never did anything wrong to him. Here it is, he in a country that he can't even go through the front door in many of the restaurants. He can't drink in the same water fountains. He can't go to the same movie theaters. But yet you want him to go and give his life. So he got drafted. And Martin Luther King came together, came up with a strategy. And the reporter asked the question, hey, what did you guys talk about? Muhammad Ali started off by saying, he said, hey, that's between us. What we talked about is between us. And Martin Luther King said the same thing. That's right. Whatever we talked about is between us. We may have our differences as far as religious belief, but we still have the same common cause. So these so-called people in the conscious community that want to bash are actually creating more problems than anything. Come on, family. If you read the scriptures, right, you had the Moabites. That was a major threat, right? And you had the Israelites. They were divided at the time. The northern kingdom, the southern kingdom. So you had the king of the northern kingdom, the king of the southern kingdom, and you had the Edomite king. The three kings came together. These three kings came together. They put aside their differences because they understood the threat, that's the opposition that's against them, is greater than their disagreements, is greater than their problems, their internal bickering. So they came together. And this is for some of my brothers out here that's in this truth. And you understand that, in a nutshell, you understand what's going on here. Right. And I'm not sure what's going on with my signal here. It seems like it's going in and out. But again, they understood that there was a bigger threat than their differences. See, but yet they want to talk about consciousness. They want to talk about consciousness. But they're not singing or giving messages about coming together. Look, we need to come together and boycott Nike. We need to come together and boycott Adidas. We need to come together and boycott the NBA. We need to come together. Yeah, that's right. Go to your YouTube. If you have YouTube TV, if you have Direct TV, cancel anything that's NBA related. Cancel anything, because I don't watch the NFL. I used to watch the NFL. I canceled the NFL. Guess what? I used to wear my Adidas. I got my Adidas somewhere in here that I used to wear, my shell toes. I'm not putting any more money into their pocket. Guess what? Cancel LeBron James. Cancel his show. Don't watch it. Don't support none of the things he's doing. I give him credit for what he's doing with the I Promise schools and all that other stuff. But guess what? He did the same thing. He's no different than what Shaq did. No different than what Charles Barkley did. Calling him an idiot. You would not have seen this during the 50s and 60s. Called the man an idiot. And let's give some love to Marco Kane. I sent this donation, but they will not let me send my message. really appreciate it. I'm not sure what's going on. It's YouTube. YouTube has done a lot of things, a lot of questionable things to my lives, my subscribers, and all that other stuff. And right now, and I don't know if this is a signal that they may even try to stop this feed here, this session, because normally when I start having problems like this, lo and behold, I got a message sitting in my inbox from YouTube trying to take the video down, and a number of different things. So, family, you know how it goes. If you don't hear from me for a week or possibly 2 weeks, then know that they have me locked down. Right? I'm in lockdown with YouTube. All I ask is that put some Chico sticks on my commissary, put some Jolly Ranchers on my commissary, just make sure that, I'm taken care of, because I don't know how long they're going to keep me on lockdown. But I apologize, Marco Kane. Unfortunately, that's this platform. They're doing a lot of things like shadow banning, all kinds of things that have been done to try to suppress his truth. So, family, let's show some love to Marco Kane for the donation here. Really appreciate it. And let me drop this in the chat as well, just in case anyone want to contribute by way of Cash App. I know I'm terrible with this. It's in the banner. I get asked this a lot, and I've been told like, hey, Pastor, you need to get better with just putting your information out there. But we'll get there. I'm not pressed for it. Sometimes I get so focused on the message and I just forget. So I'll put this there for those that want to contribute to the work. Let me see here. Bear with me 1 second. And I'm going to encourage the moderators. Hey, if anyone is any trolls, you guys know what to do. Let's see here. All right, let me put this here. And all right. So again, let's boycott these different things. Let's boycott Adidas. Let's boycott JP Morgan, Morgan Chase or whatever. Let's cancel them. Let's cancel all of these people. This is going to help tremendously, family. We got to start canceling some folks. We got to cancel these things. We got to boycott. We got to come together, put aside our differences. Put aside our differences, because it's bad, family, and it's going to get worse. It is bad right now, but it is going to get worse. And there is a bigger target, right? This awakening is no joke, like never before. And that propaganda machine wants to do anything and everything to stop it. All right. So again, we got to come together, family. Let's stop majoring in the minors. So let's go ahead and get into it. All right. Kyrie Irving suspended. Kyrie Irving suspended. And I want to post this here. I want to go into a little scripture here just to get things started. Daniel chapter 7, verse 25. Right. And this is what it says. You guys probably be familiar with this verse here, this passage. It says, and he shall speak great words against the Most High and shall wear out. Now, where you see saints here, this is not referring to Catholics. This is the bloodline Israelites. Let me say that again. Saints here is not referring to the church. These are one of those words of confusion, right? That word saint points to Catholicism. It points to someone that have been canonized, so to speak, that have been confirmed, right, after their death to perform at least one miracle. And so the Catholic Church determines whether or not they get sainthood. Guess what? No, the Catholic Church does not have power over the spiritual. Don't have power over the temporal, but they definitely don't have power over the spiritual. And that's what the Catholic Church teach, that they have power. The Pope had power over this temporal, right, this natural stuff, and over spiritual. And that's all the Pope is a substitute of Christ. So when you see this word saints, it's a deceptive word. It's a word of confusion The proper word that you would see here, you see Quadash, right? Quadashi, right? Or Quadasham, right? That's the holy people, Israelites. Because at this time, the Catholic Church didn't exist. Christianity didn't exist. The church as we know it did not exist. So shall wear out the holy people, the blood descendants of Israel, of the Most High, and think to change times and laws, and they shall be given into his hand until a time and times and the dividing of times. So again, he shall speak great words. So when you think about it, some of those great words are doctrine. That's doctrine. I want to say peace and blessings. I think I missed someone here. To Susan Gibney, thank you for the contribution. And you asked a question. Let me pull it up here. Let's show some love for Sister Susan Gibney. Where's all the pastors? Where's Al Sharpton? Why aren't they speaking out? Because they part of the system. And you're not going to see Al Sharpton speak out. It's all about his pockets. Even Al Sharpton at one time admitted that he was an agent, that he was ratting people out. Al Sharpton don't care about this. And many of the pastors don't care about this. Because in their minds, and this is the problem, going back to what I pointed out about the 60s, 50s and 60s, how we stuck together as a community, regardless of our belief system, our differences. Because the way that this propaganda machine has charmed, that's what I'm going to use, the word charmed. This is where you get into the spirit of the parakeet or the canary, right? Which connects to the spirit of ventriloquist, which comes from the word ventriloquy. In other words, puppets. That's why you don't see any pastors talking about it. If there are, I haven't seen any. That's why you don't see Al Sharpton and his group, his organization talking about this. The same one was bragging and saying, hey, at George Floyd's going away, hey, we're going to make sure that, not another black person, we're going to sign legislation that another black person don't ever have to worry about having a knee applied to their neck. But we're still dying. Got law enforcement still killing, murdering innocent brothers and sisters. Man, anyway, that's what it is. It's agendas. They're scared, right? And this is why they know that the Democrats is going to lose in a landslide. A landslide. All right. But that's the reason. That's the reason. Now, I'm not supporting Democrats nor the Republicans, because they both are the same wings. Well, the two wings on the same bird. I'm not supporting them. All right. So when we get back to here, right, again, think to change times and laws. Make a note of that. Think to change times and laws. But it says speak great words against the Most High, and also to think to change times and laws. Okay, so let's deal with the word, the Hebrew word for wear out, right? You see here bala, right? Bala means to fail, to weary out, decay, consume, use up completely. But here's the kicker: to harass constantly. Come on, family. To fail, to wear out, decay, consume, use up completely, to harass constantly. We're the only community that gets harassed, that gets disrespected the way that we do. See, Kyrie, they didn't have a problem with Kyrie when Kyrie was talking about, just strictly talking about our community. You didn't see anyone making comments saying, hey, or trying to cancel Kyrie when not Kyrie, excuse me, but Kanye, when he was talking, when he was saying crazy stuff about slavery, that it was a choice. When he was walking around with White Lives Matter t-shirts, no one was saying cancel Kyrie. It's once he went into a different arena and he began to talk about a particular group, that's where the problems came out. All right. But before we continue, shout outs to Dog Skywalker. Appreciate the donation, the contributions. He said, yep, absolutely. Totally agree. Right. And also want to say peace and blessings. Appreciate I think we have another yep. Let's give some love to Girl Meets Kingdom. Really appreciate you, sister. Thank you. Love. I was awakened 3 weeks ago, and now I'm stressed out to be obedient and spread the word. But I feel at home with you all. Be encouraged, family, because unfortunately, sis, the people that you're going to have the biggest problems with is the people from the church, some of your family members. But guess what? We're family here. Feel free to the contact information is in the banner. You know, feel free to reach out offline. But yeah, just be encouraged because right now we're dealing with the separation of the wheat from the tares. We see this happening right now, and so you be encouraged. Go through the channel. There's a lot of information here that's going to help you on whatever questions that you have. And did a lot of teachings from Christmas, Easter, the holidays, you name it. I've done so many different teachings to address a number of issues and topics that you couldn't just get from the church. Man, I had pastors telling me not to talk about certain things when I would come to speak. Oh, don't talk about homosexuality. Oh, don't talk about marriage in terms of divorce. Don't talk about these things. And what it made me realize is whatever they told me not to talk about is what they were struggling with. So definitely understand, really appreciate it. And thank you for the contributions. And family, let's show some love for Girl Meets Kingdom. Let's show some love for her. Really appreciate you, sis. Thank you. All right. So getting back into it. All right. Getting back into it, picking up where I left off at. So bala means, again, to fail, to wear out, decay, consume, use up completely, to harass constantly. Come on, family. Let me show you some of the harassment, right? This is what you won't hear anyone talking about this. You won't hear Shaq. You know, you won't hear Barkley. You won't hear none of these people talk about what I'm going to play for you. They're not going to tell you about the racism that melanated people have to deal with over in Israel. They're not going to show you this right here.
להתחיל לאסוף את המסתננים, לא צריך לחכות לבג"ץ, לא צריך שום דבר. אני רואה חיה מחוץ לבית שלי, יריקות, פסיכופטים, אנשים שרק מחפשים איך לרצוח אותי בעיניים שלהם, אבל אף אחד לא מאמין לנו. אנחנו גזענים כדי לרצות לשמור על החיים שלנו ועל השפיות שלנו. אז אני גאה בלהיות גזענית. אני גאה בלהיות גזענית. אם אני גזענית בשביל לשמור על החיים שלי, אז אני
לכי את והוא! תלכי מפה! תלכי! את תשועה עם קוצ'י, לכי! לא מתביישת!
How come we don't hear about that? What about this right here? Blackface. Let me show you this here.
נחשף ביערות בורקינה פאסו של קניבלים נטו נטו. שלום למנהיג השבט קזבובו.
שלום עליכם. אברהם יצחק יעקב. יודע עברית, שולחן, חשבונית, קובי פרץ, מוטלס, יבוטאו.
מר קזבובו, כולנו כאן בישראל מופתעים ונרגשים נוכח האפשרות שתעלו ארצה.
קזבובו שמח. 2000 שנות גלות נגמר. רואים אור בקצה של מנהרה.
אתם בטוחים שאתם יהודים?
התחלנו על חנן. אם הוא שחור הוא לא יהודי?
לא בגלל שהוא שחור, הוא...
מה הוא מה?
קניבל.
ומי אתה שתגיד לו מה לאכול, אם הוא קניבל הוא לא יהודי?
אולי תבוא, תעשה אצלנו שבת?
זה לא שיש לי משהו אישי נגדכם, אבל הפלשמורה למשל תקועים.
So how come we don't hear about that? I got more clips I can play, but it's just a lot of clips to play. I got a lot of clips to play. How come we don't hear about that? How come we don't hear about those type of situations that are happening, because there are plenty of situations. There's plenty of mockery, like the rabbi, one of the chief rabbis over in Jerusalem, referring to us as monkeys, called us monkeys. He didn't get canceled. So again, bala, to fail. But the key is to harass constantly. Learn what's going on in some of these different places like Jersey City. I'm not going to get into it tonight. Jersey City. I'm not going to talk about it. I'll wait. What is anti-Semitism? What is anti-Semitism? We're going to cover this again, but I'm going to show you where we all have made a mistake, including Kanye. Now I understand what Kanye West meant, right? I want to say peace and blessings. Keith Williams, we got the elder in the building, family. Let's show some love for the elder in the building. The world is truly in the hands of the wicked. Let's show some love to the elder, and let's show some love. Thank you, elder, for the contribution. Really appreciate it. The world is truly in the hands of the wicked. Absolutely. Absolutely, elder. Let's show some love for the elder family. All right. So what is anti-Semitism? And I'm going to show you where we all made a mistake at, right? Because the mistake that we've all made is we try to define, which rightfully so, we try to define anti-Semitism from an academic perspective, right? Because I can tell you 99% of everyone that's watching, you Google Semitic, you Google Semite, you pulled up the Oxford Dictionary, you pulled up the Merriam-Webster Dictionary, you pulled up the Etymology Dictionary. That's academics. But I'm going to show you where the mistake is and why Kanye West said he didn't know. Because many ask, hey, how come he didn't know? And I'm going to show you why he didn't know. Right? So what is anti-Semitism? This is some of the things you guys probably went through. Now, for me, I went to the Britannica to see what they say, because they got some key stuff here. But I'm going to show you exactly what anti-Semitism is. We're going to define it here, and you are going to be very surprised. Anti-Semitism, hostility toward or discrimination against Jews as a religious or racial group. The term anti-Semitism was coined in 1879 by the German agitator Wilhelm Marr to designate the anti-Jewish campaign underway in Central Europe at that time. All right, so it was coined by this person. It says by the German agitator. So remember, when you see the word German, it's synonymous or interchangeable with the word Ashkenaz, right? Germany, Ashkenaz, right? German, Ashkenazi, which is a son or the grandson of Japheth. So it says, coined in 1879 by the German agitator Wilhelm Marr to designate the anti-Jewish campaigns underway in Central Europe at that time. Although the term now has wide currency, it is a misnomer. Since it implies a discrimination against all Semites, Arabs, and other people are also Semites. Why is it saying that? Arabs and other peoples are also Semites. See, part of the problem with many try to define the word Semitic or Shemitic, they start at Israel. And family, that's not how you address, that's not how you start. You start at the top, right? Peace and blessings to Coco. Thank you for the super sticker. Really appreciate the love and support. And family, let's show some love and support for Coco. Thank you again, sis. And so let's start at the top. When you go to Genesis chapter 10, you'll see what is called the Table of Nations, right? You won't find the Table of Nations on the hieroglyphs. You won't find the Table of Nations anywhere else but in our Dabar HaKodesh, in other words, our holy word. You will see a Table of Nations. And in that Table of Nations, you'll see it starts off with Noah having 3 sons, right? You'll see Japheth, you'll see Ham, and then you see Shem, or in the ancient Israel pronunciation, the ancient Hebrew rather pronunciation, it would be Sham. And the Israeli pronunciation, shame. All right. But anyway, but when you read it, right, and understand all the descendants that comes through the loins of Shem would be considered to be Semitic or Shemitic. Right. I didn't get a chance to put the Oxford clip here, dictionary clip to show that the word Shemitic was interchangeable with Semitic. But we don't really hear Shemitic, right? Because some of you guys will say Shemitic, which you're right when you say that. That's more accurate than saying Semitic. All right. But anyway, right? So here they are giving clarity. It says Arabs, and going back to Shem, Arabs and other peoples are also Semites or Shemites. In other words, everyone that's descended of Shem, coming through the loins of Shem, will be Shemitic, no matter who they are. You come through Shem, you Semitic or Shemitic. Then when you get down to Eber, right, everyone that's from the descendants, the loins of Eber, would be Hebrews. So there'll be Hebrews, but they'll also be Shemitic. Then when you get down to Abraham, now we're getting down to the covenant being established with Abraham, being handed down to Abraham, right? Now when we get to Abraham, now we see the promise. You see Isaac, you see starting with actually Ishmael. Ishmael is Abraham's first son, but he's not the promise. He's not the promised seed. But the Most High still made a promise, honored his promise that he made to Abraham, that his seeds, his children was going to be, that Ishmael was going to be a great nation. So guess what? Ishmael was still Shemitic. He's also a Hebrew because he came through the loins of Shem, came through the loins of Eber, came through the loins of Abraham. Now, all of Abraham's sons, all of Abraham's children will be Shemitic. They will be Israelites. Now, when we get to Isaac, which is the promised seed, now we have a split here, a fork in the road. We have Esau and we have Jacob. Esau, the progenitor of the Edomites, and Jacob, the progenitor of Israel. Now, with Esau will be an Edomite, a Hebrew Edomite. He would still be an Edomite, but he'll be a Hebrew Edomite. He would be a Shemitic Hebrew Edomite. Then when you look at Jacob, whose name was changed to Israel, which means overcomer, right? Overcome. You'll see that with Jacob, he is the progenitor of the Israelites. So guess what? Even though they're twins, both of them are Hebrew, both of them are Shemitic, but only the seeds, because the blessing was handed down to who? Jacob and his seeds, right? So Israel is a descendant of Jacob. So I want to just kind of give you a table of nations. So Israel will be Shemitic, right? Will be Hebrew and would be Israel, Yashra'al. The Edomites is totally different. They would be, again, they'll be Shemitic, they'll be Hebrews, but guess what? They're Edomites. They're Israel's cousins, or should we say brother, right? Because truth be told, still the same word for brother and cousin in the Hebrew text. But anyway, but again, they're not the seeds of the promise. They're not, the blessings did not go to the Edomites. So I just wanted to give a little clarity there. Abraham did not become an Israelite like many are teaching, as if he was part of a fraternity or a sorority by crossing over. Passover, Ibar, crossing over, Passover. So I want to make that clear. And we have to be careful when some are teaching that Esau is Caucasian. Okay, if you're saying that, so how can all the Caucasians come from Esau? Then you're saying that all the Caucasians are Hebrew. Then what about Japheth? All right, so I just want to give a little clarity on that for those that are not familiar with that. That's right. Jacob was a tent dweller, right? Jacob was also referred to as being plain. The Hebrew word tam or tham, which means plain. It also is an honorable term. Anyway, so we see here again, it says Arabs and other peoples are also Semites, and yet they are not the targets of anti-Semitism as it is usually understood. The term is especially inappropriate as a label for the anti-Jewish prejudices, statements, or actions of Arabs or other Semites. Nazi anti-Semitism, right, which culminated in the Holocaust, had a racist dimension. We're going to deal with this later on, as far as the race portion of it, but had a racist dimension in that it targeted Jews because of their supposed biological characteristics. And family, make a note here where it says supposed, supposedly, right? You have to understand what it means because of their supposed biological characteristics. Even those who had themselves converted to a religion. Notice this here. Even those that converted to becoming a Jew by way of religion, the law of return says that, hey, there's two ways of becoming a Jew or Jewish, is by way of the mother being born to a Jewish mother and by way of practicing the religion Judaism. And this is confirmed here. So converts are still fall up under being Shemitic and can say that, hey, you being anti-Semitic, which is interesting, right? Okay. So even those who had themselves converted to other religions or whose parents were converts. So again, targeted Jews because of their supposed biological characteristics. The Cambridge Dictionary definition of supposedly, let's see what it says. I like to see this definition here. It gives it's straight to the point. According to what someone told you, right? Or according to what is believed by many people to be true. See, that's what we're seeing right now. Most people that are talking about Hebrew to Negroes did not even see the movie, have not read the book at all, but they have so many different things to say about it. So according to what someone told you, or according to what is believed by many people to be true. So supposedly, basically the common consensus, or just echoing, reiterating what somebody else has said. So you're not going to do any research. You're just going to go off what somebody else told you. This is what we see happening with Kyrie Irving, right? Because many are talking about Hebrews to Negroes. I can tell you 95% of them didn't even watch it. I give Jay Williams from ESPN. He was the only one that said that he read the book. I've not read the book, but watched the movie. And he said it has some curious stuff in there. He said, but he couldn't get with it with the devil stuff. But he said it has some curious stuff in there. He literally said that on the record. On ESPN, with Stephen A. Smith sitting there, with Molly Quorum sitting there, with Kendrick Perkins sitting there. He was the only one questioning, hey, well, how come Amazon is not being held accountable? Why all the fire coming at Kyrie Irving? What about Amazon? And family, guess what? Getting a movie on Amazon is totally different from posting and uploading videos on YouTube. Family, there's a process. There's a vetting process. It's an extensive process to get material on Amazon. All right. So again, according to what someone told you or according to what is believed by many people to be true. The Etymology Dictionary of Semitism. Notice what it says here. Denoting the language group that includes Hebrew, Arabic, Aramaic, Assyrian, but it has etc. So remember, that's including additional, but they just didn't list it. I want to make sure you see etc. Right? So Semitic, it tells us initially this word was used to identify an umbrella of languages. But that's not how it's being used today, right? Because it says here in non-linguistic use, perhaps directly from German Semitisch, right? But anyway, it says in recent, right, recent, modern use of, often with the specific sense Jewish. Let me read it again. In recent use, often with the specific sense Jewish, but not historically so limited. Right? So now it's limited now, right? The Jewish community, as we know it, guess what? Now they have a monopoly on this word. It actually absolutely girl meets kingdom. Truth be told, they're not going to take it down. Why? Because they will be in trouble. They'll be in trouble because he went through their vetting process. Any movie, any documentary that's on there has gone through the vetting process. Now, what they can do, if he try to put another movie up there, they can make it hard for him to get it up there. Harder. Change the rules, but leave that up there because his grandfather. Okay, but I appreciate the response. Appreciate the comments. All right. So in recent use, often with the specific sense Jewish, but not historically so limited. Then when you go to the Oxford Dictionary of Semitic, notice what you're going to see. Relating to or denoting a family of languages that includes Hebrew, Arabic, Amharic, and for those that's not Amharic, that's Aramaic, and certain ancient languages such as Phoenician, Akkadian, constituting the main subgroup of the Afro-Asiatic family. Constituting the main subgroup of the Afro-Asiatic family. Let me say it one more time for those that may not understand what this is saying. And you guys have done Googled this and you guys read the same thing, some of you guys. But notice what it says this again. It says here again, it says constituting the main subgroup of the Afro-Asiatic family. What? So Semitic is a subgroup of the Afro-Asiatic family. So how can someone that's Afro-Asiatic be anti-self? Anti. And I could prove that legally. That won't stand up in any court, but it stands up in the court of public opinion. Notice how you haven't seen any charges brought against Kyrie Irving. Notice how you haven't seen any charges be brought up against Kanye West. Because you won't. It's all being drawn out through the court of public opinion. The court of public opinion, it is a beast. It is a bear. Right? If you anti-self, guess what? Anti-self, that's what they have hospitals for mentally ill. That's why they have medication for the mentally ill. Right? Because if you hating on yourself, that means you got some internal problems. And the court would say, hey, something's wrong with you. Let's do a psychological evaluation on this person. You cannot be anti-self. And if you are, then that means you have some mental problems. You have some mental deficiencies. All right. But anyway, let's continue. So the Merriam-Webster dictionary definition of Semitic is going to read similar, but it's going to have one additional entry here. So notice what it says here. A subfamily, Semitic, a subfamily of the Afro-Asiatic language, family that includes Hebrew, Amharic, I don't know why I keep saying Amharic, Aramaic, Arabic, and Amharic. Amharic, that is the Ethiopian language. It is a Shemitic language. Amharic, right? The ancient is Gaaz. Some will refer to it as Giz, but it didn't have those vowels. Didn't have none of those vowels there. It only had the ah sound associated with every consonant. Same with ancient Hebrew. So Amharic, that's when you think of Ethiopian. Then when you see entry number 2, of relating to or characteristics of the Semites. Of relating to or characteristics of the Semites. So that's still highlighting all those that are here, etc. We got to add etc. here. Number 3, Jewish. This is a recent entry. Jewish. But it still falls up under the Afro-Asiatic people subgroup. Then when we go to Semite, Notice what it says here. A member of any of a number of peoples of ancient southwestern Asia, including the Akkadians, Phoenicians, Hebrews, and Arabs. Notice this here, southwestern Asia. you see the deception here? Asia? Southwestern Asia versus Northeast Africa? Come on, family. We have to give the garbage can right now. I got to pull a garbage can out early. Let me pull a garbage can out. Let's give it a 3-piece. Let's give this stuff the junk, give it the order to go. All right. So let's continue here. Let's continue. Give it the straight garbage can. All right. But it goes on to say, in entry number B, a descendant of these people, right? These people, right? These people, Akkadians, Phoenicians, Hebrew, Arabs. See how I shrunk it down in this definition? Where's the Ethiopians? Right? Where's Aramaic? Where's these Sumerians? Because Sumerians are Shemitic people. We have to pay attention to the details, family. That table of nations is very important. Right? But notice here, a member of a modern people speaking a Semitic language? Really? So let's go to the origins of the name Africa according to Josephus. Right? He's a historian back in the 50 to 80s, the 80s as far as AD. He was there. He wrote his bearing witness to the destruction of Israel, more specifically Jerusalem, the temple and all. This is what he says. You guys, some of you guys probably remember this. He says here, Malchus, who wrote a history of the Jews in agreement with the history of Moses, the legislators relates that there were many sons born to Abraham and Keturah. Nay, he names 3 of them, Aphir, Surim, Japhron. And it goes on to say that form Surim was the land of Assyria, denominated, and that from the other 2, in other words, Aphir and Jabron, the country of Africa took its name. So this is telling you that that word Africa is actually a Shemitic word. That's what it's saying. Now, I want to make this clear. I'm not saying all the tribes, all the people within Africa are Shemitic people. That's not what I'm saying. Just like everyone here in the United States that are citizens of the United States, guess what? Not all of us, right, are from the same culture, from the same ethnicity. So I want to make that clear. All right. So anyway, this is saying that Africa, just the name itself, is a name that came by way of Abraham, which means that Africa, the name, according to Josephus, the historian of his time, is a Shemitic name. All right. So let's see here. What is this right here? Got to remember. All right. Yeah. Let me show this clip here. Right. Let me go back here. I want to go show that clip of the rabbi. Let's go back to the rabbi here. So I gave this presentation in our assembly earlier today because that was a hot topic of discussion. Someone to really talk about it. But let's go back to this video with this rabbi.
Why is the material in this book and film so deeply offensive?
Absolutely. So just here in Los Angeles, the Los Angeles City Council passed 2 days ago the definition of anti-Semitism according to the IHRA, which is the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance. And in that definition, it says that a perception of hatred to the Jewish community is the definition of anti-Semitism. Now, Charles Barkley asked me 2 days ago, have I read or seen that movie? And so when he asked, I looked it up and I started seeing what those anti-Semitic tropes were. Number one, there's untruths there. And when untruths are then seen as truths to the next person, that leads to very dangerous consequences.
Oh yeah, we're gonna address his statement that he made there. And notice he said Charles Barkley asked him if he's seen the movie, because apparently Charles Barkley didn't see the movie, and it's apparent that this rabbi didn't see the movie. Right? This is what Charles Barkley said about Kyrie. You guys saw it earlier. Let's play it one more time.
First of all, Adam's Jewish. You can't take my $40 million and insult my religion. If you're going to insult me, you have the right, but I have the right to say, no, you're not going to take my $40 million and insult my religion. I think the NBA, they made a mistake. We have suspended people and fined people who have made homophobic slurs, and that was the right thing to do. I think if you insult the black community, you should be suspended or fined heavily, depending. I saw they did the same thing to the kid in Minnesota this year when he made the gay slur. I think you should get suspended or fined. I think him acknowledging the Alex Jones thing should have happened with that too, because that dude's crazy. And I can't believe that we ain't talking about that. We're talking about this idiot.
The garbage can. In his own words, Charles Barkley, you are straight terrible. You're just straight terrible, Charles Barkley. You're just straight terrible. You don't know what you're talking about, Charles Barkley. You got your $100 million renewed contract with TNT. You're just straight terrible. You just straight terrible, Charles Barkley. You just become a Hoppin Bob, Charles Barkley. You just a Hoppin Bob, Charles Barkley. Straight terrible. He just straight terrible. Straight terrible, right? He gets the Hoppin Bob Award. That's right, Charles Barkley. He gets the Hoppin Bob Award.
This is Hoppin Bob. You run afoul of Bob, you run afoul of me. You run afoul of Bob, you run afoul of me. You run I'm tired, boss.
He said it's too hot, boss. He tired.
Too hot. He tired. You tell that lazy jigaboo to the state of Mississippi I ain't interested in his meteorological assessment.
Listen up, jigaboo. State of Mississippi ain't interested in your meteorological assessments.
You tell him the state of Mississippi is only interested in getting this here ditch cleared by sundown.
State of Mississippi want this here ditch cleared by sundown. You got that, boy.
Got it. Boss. He don't sound like he from around here.
He from New York City, boss. He from New York City, boss. He from New York City, boss.
So Charles Barkley gets the Hoppin Bob Award. Shaq.
Yeah, Charles Barkley. Yeah, Chuck. You're just straight idiot. You're just straight idiot. You're idiot. He insulted the game. You know, he's an idiot.
So let's see what Charles Barkley says. Shaq, you are idiot, Shaq. You are straight terrible, Shaq. They're straight terrible. You apologize, Shaq, for hosting Ron Dalton's video in your movie theater, Shaq. Straight terrible.
No, Chuck, show me how many rings you got, Chuck. I never faked the funk, you know, when it comes to dunk. You know, I got skills, man. I know I got skills, man. I know I got skills.
Come on, what is he going to say? How is he going to address Charles Barkley, and how Charles Barkley going to address Shaq? How's Ernie going to address Shaq? Oh, I know they're probably sitting there with pie all over their face. I know Shaq right now got pie all over his face. Don't know what to do. I know he got pie on his face. He's feeling like David. He's feeling like David right now. David, when Nathan came up to him and said, hey, gave him a scenario about someone, a farmer, hustling another farmer. And David said, off with his head. And then Naaman flipped it. He said, you're that person, Shaq. I mean, I was about to say Shaq. Yeah, Shaq, David. You're that person, David.
I know I got skills, man. I know I got skills.
You that man. Had no compassion with the shoe was on the other foot. But now the shoe is on his feet. His size 20, whatever, is on his feet now. Come on, Shaq. What are you going to say now, Shaq? What are you going to say? You can't get out of this one. Because let's see here, family. For those that didn't catch it, let me show you what he hosted the movie. He hosted the movie Hebrews to Negroes at his theater, right where my grandmother used to live at. Right, my grandmother used to live right off of Littleton Avenue, right, and I could see it. I could see Camden Middle School over there on the other side of Springfield Avenue. Anyway, I know the area. I'm from the Brick City. All right, but let's hear that. Let's hear what Ron Dalton had to say about Shaq allowing him to host his movie at his movie theater.
Shalom, shalom, Hebrews. Ron Dalton Jr. giving you a special announcement. This Thursday coming up, we're going to be at the Cityplex 12 Theater in Newark, New Jersey. If you haven't seen the first movie, well, actually, if you haven't seen the second movie, but you've seen the first movie, you need to come out to the Cityplex 12 Theater in Newark, New Jersey. We're going to be showing the movie Hebrews to Negroes 2, Revelation, The Age of Awakening, hosted by the Bethel International Church under Dr. Gloria Harris. You want to come out, get your tickets before that date because we have a limited seats that are available. And you want to get your tickets early so that when you come to the door, try to get tickets, you're not going to be told that it's sold out. So I'm going to say it again. This Thursday coming up in Newark, New Jersey, August 22nd, Thursday, Newark, New Jersey. Want to come out to the Cityplex.
It's over! It's over! It's over! It's over! It's over! It's over! It's over!
That's how Shaq feeling right now. That's how Shaq feeling right now. He feel like he got Zab Judah right there. I know he's feeling right now. His pride got hit right, just like Zab Judah got hit caught unexpectedly with that. I can't remember what type of shot it was. If it was a right or left, I got to pay attention to it. But this is how Shaq feeling right now.
It's over! It's over! It's over! It's over! It's over! It's over! It's over!
He caught that right straight to the chin, ate all the glove. Now, Shaq, what are you going to do, Shaq? What are you going to do now, Shaq? Shoes on your foot. Because Kyrie just posted a link. But you had the whole movie hosted at premiere at your theater. So what are you going to do, Shaq? What are you going to do, Charles Barkley? What are you going to do, Amari Stoudemire, who is an assistant coach on the same team of Kyrie Irving and threw him under the bus even before he got suspended? What are you going to do, Amari Stoudemire? What are you going to do, Kendrick Perkins? What are you guys going to do? What are you going to do, Vince Carter? What are you going to do, Richard Jefferson? Yes, I'm calling all you guys out. What are you going to do, LeBron James? What are these guys going to do? Peace and blessings. Naomi Levy, appreciate the contributions, the $10. It's so sad to see the rot within our people. An example, Shaq, and Charles. I totally agree. I totally agree. Hey, my grandmother taught me, hey, if you don't have anything good to say, sometimes it's good to just keep your mouth shut. Right? And family, let's show some love to Naomi Levy for the contributions tonight. Really appreciate you, sis. Thank you again. Really appreciate it. All right. So it's over. It's over. See, the Most High have a great sense of humor. See, that's why I'm not even mad. I am not even mad at Shaq, or not Shaq, or Kyrie Irving, with him kind of, apologizing, because he still helped get this discussion where it is right now. A lot of people are talking. It's not everybody is supporting what has happened. Right. But let's go back here to this video here. Let me show this video clip again. And we're going to compare it to the article, because I'm going to show you where we got it from. But let's compare this clip again one more time. Let's show it again. I know you guys are like, hey, Pastor, you showing it again? That's right, because I want to make sure you guys understand what's happening here. Here we go.
Why is the material in this book and film so deeply offensive?
Absolutely. So just here in Los Angeles, the Los Angeles City Council passed 2 days ago the definition of anti-Semitism according to the IHRA, which is the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance. And in that definition, it says that a perception of hatred to the Jewish community is the definition of anti-Semitism. Now, somebody asked, Charles Barkley asked me 2 days ago, have I read it or seen that movie? And so when he asked, I looked it up and I started seeing what those anti-Semitic tropes were. Number one, there's untruths there. And when untruths are then seen as truths to the next person, that leads to very dangerous consequences.
So we're going to not listen to it again, but we're going to go further in our discussion here. And I'm going to show you and prove to you that Rabbi did not watch the movie. He's echoing the article, the initial article that started everything. Right? That's right, family. Again, boycott the NBA, cancel the NBA, cancel Adidas, cancel Nike, cancel all the companies that call themselves canceling us, canceling our people. Many of them enslaved us. Cancel them, family. Let's take our money out of these groups. I guarantee they'll feel it then. They'll feel it then. So what is the legal definition of anti-Semitism? I said that for a reason, family. What is the legal definition of anti-Semitism? Because remember, I stated earlier that when we deal with the word anti-Semitism, most of us will go to the academic definition of it. But how many of you guys have gone to the legal understanding of this word, the definition of this word, how it's defined legally? And I can assure you, 99% of you guys didn't. There's nothing wrong with that, right? But let me show you here, right? This is coming from a document that's on state.gov. State.gov is a government website. It's a government website. So now let's see what it says here. And this is the screen print in the back. As a matter of fact, let me go ahead and drop this link inside the comment section so that way in the future, you know exactly what this word means. You know what it is, right? There's no guessing. You know exactly what this word means. So let me drop this link in the comment section. All right, let's see here. All right, let me do it this way. All right. All right, I'm going to drop this link here. Guys, download this PDF. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel, hit that like button, share the video. So I'm dropping this in the chat right now. Right? You know, I like to share sources. So here's a source right here. Here's a source, right? Here's a source. Now you have a point of reference that you can get clarity of what I am reading right now in front of you. Okay. So anti-Semitism is a certain perception. Wait a minute. Anti-Semitism is a certain perception of Jews, which may be expressed as hatred towards Jews. What stands out is what you see is a certain perception. And guess what? The rabbi, this is exactly what the rabbi stated. Let me just play a little bit of it again.
Why is the material in this book and film so deeply offensive?
Absolutely. So just here in Los Angeles, the Los Angeles City Council passed 2 days ago the definition of anti-Semitism according to the IHRA, which is the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance. And in that definition, it says that a perception of hatred to the Jewish community is a...
What?
So the perception, and this is on the government, state gov, or should I say state.gov. This is the document right here that he's reciting, right? Anti-Semitism is a certain perception of Jews which may be expressed as hatred towards Jews, right? Rhetorical and physical manifestations of anti-Semitism are directed towards Jewish or non-Jewish individuals and or their property, toward Jewish communities, institutions, and religious facilities. And as you see here, it says, working definition of anti-Semitism by the European Monitoring Center on Racism and Xenophobia. So you see the definition in the back here? This is what I'm reading right here. I'm quoting from here. So anti-Semitism is a certain perception of Jews, which may be expressed as hatred towards Jews. All right. So again, anti-Semitism is a certain perception. So again, what is the legal definition of anti-Semitism? Download that link, family. I may copy it one more time for those that don't have it. I know the chat probably moving pretty quick for some of you guys. Here it is one more time, right? Here it is again, that link. So what is the legal definition of anti-Semitism? All right. Now we're going to start with these bullets right here. Contemporary examples of anti-Semitism. Let me say that again. Contemporary examples of anti-Semitism. Right? We're going to read this here, and I want to let you hear the words of Kyrie Irving, not Kyrie Irving, but Kanye West. We're going to hear his words again. Contemporary examples of anti-Semitism. It says, calling for, aiding, or justifying the killing or harming of Jews, often in the name of a radically ideology or an extremist view of religion. Making mendacious, dehumanizing, demonizing, or stereotypical allegations about Jews as such, or the power of Jews as collective, especially, but not exclusively, the myth about a world Jewish conspiracy of Jews controlling the media, economy, government, or other societal institutions. Now I'm going to read this. I'm going to let you hear Kanye West's words again, right? So that way you can understand. And I want to say peace and blessings. Thank you for wise society. Shalom, for remain steadfast, immovable, unshakable, and always abounding. The Laster family supports you, supports you from California. And thank you again, Wise Society. Made me think of Poor Righteous Teachers, the old hip hop group with Wise, that the hip hop artist Wise. But I really appreciate you again. Thank you for the love and support and family. Let's show Wise Society some support. Let's thank him for just dropping this this donation, this contribution to the platform. Thank you again. Really appreciate you. Thank you again. Let's show some love, family. All right. So let's hear what Kyrie Irving said. I keep saying Kyrie Irving, but Kanye West. Let's hear what Kanye West said. I'm going to read it one more time. Then we're going to hear Kanye West, because family, remember, he said, well, actually, I'm gonna let you hear what he said. I ain't going to echo it yet, but I'm going to read this here, and then I'm going to play Kanye West's words, Ye's words, so that way you understand clearly what is being said. Making mendacious, dehumanizing, demonizing, or stereotypical allegations about Jews as such, or the power of Jews as a collective, especially, but not exclusively, the myth about a world Jewish conspiracy or of Jews controlling the media, economy, government, or societal institutions. Now listen to what Kanye West says, and you're going to see that it lines right up with what you see on the screen here. Let me play it here.
Anti-Semitic statements are never good for anybody, right? It's kind of like being anti-black.
But, it's really interesting. I didn't realize that I could be considered anti-Semitic till I read one of the definitions of anti-Semitism. Look at this. The definition says, making mendacious, dehumanizing, demonizing, or stereotypical allegations about Jews as such, or the power of Jews as a collective, such as, especially, but not exclusively. This sounds like let it go by. All right, so it says, think about it, that sounds like the type of wording that's in the contracts, right? Indeed. Such as, especially, but not exclusively, the myth about a world Jewish conspiracy or of Jews controlling the media, economy, government, or other societal institutions.
But isn't that what you said? That Jews run everything?
Yeah, but that actually is considered to be anti-Semitic.
Right.
So I didn't realize that it was anti-Semitic to say, hey, you know, I have a Jewish attorney, I have a Jewish record label, I have a Jewish contractor, I have a
Do you
Jewish...
regret
your statements?
Or the statements you think you should be walking back? I mean, considering...
What do you mean walking back?
Well, you know, backing up off of them. I mean, the thing is, you've lost a lot of endorsements. People are dropping you. You're getting, you know, vilified. You know, I mean, you might think you're right, but I think, you know, there's a whole world out there that's condemning you for what you said.
Now, notice Kanye West's response to them, and notice how they changed. They went from don't you want to pull back your statement? Don't you want to retract? I mean, you're losing a lot of endorsements and all. Watch and listen to the response as he runs down the list of all the businesses, as many as he could, that are run by those from that community. Listen to it real quick.
Okay, so this right here is a chart of Universal Studios, 20th Century Fox, ABC News, CBS News, Columbia Pictures, Warner Brothers, ESPN Sports, Fox News, Washington Post, Metro Goldwyn Mayer, MTV Music Television, Nickelodeon, USA Today, Wall Street Journal, Comedy Central, NBC Entertainment, Google, what else do we have? Disney, ABC Kids and Family, YouTube, Los Angeles Times, Discovery Network, Paramount Pictures, Facebook, Huffington Post, Yahoo, Marvel, Hulu, Cosmopolitan, Time, Touchstone, Associated Press, Pixar, Miramax, HBO, New York Post, LucasArts, MSNBC, DreamWorks Animation. Now, the thing is, I skipped over maybe about 5 of them because it was just unclear on this list. The red are the executives that are Jewish at these companies.
Do you think they stuck together when they heard what you said? Was that what happened?
So you see, they changed their stance. Now that those reporters, that one of the reporters said, is this why they stuck together? Now, is this why all these companies are canceling you? That's what that reporter said. The same ones, the same two reporters that in the beginning asking the questions, hey, you know what? Are you going to pull back? Are you going to retract what you said? And Kanye's, in a nutshell, he didn't say, no, I'm not going to take it back. He said, I'm going to let you hear some of the companies. And it caused them to change their approach. All right. So Kanye West read verbatim what I have up on your screen. And family, this is why I want to say this, right? Because many are asking questions. How can Kanye West not know what anti-Semitism means? That's because, like most of us, we did not go the academic. We went the academic route, but we didn't go the legal route. See, you thinking that anti-Semitism is like, okay, you harm somebody, physically harm, vandalize, that type of stuff. Nah. The legal understanding of it is completely different. It says here, making mendacious, dehumanizing, demonizing, or stereotypical allegations about Jews as such, or the power of Jews as a collective, especially but not exclusively the myth about a world Jewish conspiracy, or of, Jewish controlling the media, economy, government, and other societal institutions. All right. So it goes on to say, accusing Jews. Y'all got to pay attention to this definition right here. It's going to make you guys, it probably make you guys fall out of your seat. I mean, you got to listen to this right here. Actually, you hear this definition here. When you hear this definition here, it may make you want to get like Zab Judah. It may make you want to go like this.
It's over! It's over! It's over! It's over! It's over! It's over! It's over!
Because I can guarantee you, I can guarantee you're not going to be prepared for what I'm getting ready to read. But here we go. It says here, accusing Jews as a people of being responsible for real or imagined wrongdoing committed by a single Jewish person or a group, the state of Israel, or even for acts committed by non-Jews. Let me say that again. Accusing Jews as a people of being responsible for real or imagined wrongdoing committed by a single Jewish person or group, the state of Israel, or, and it says, or even for acts committed by non-Jews.
What?
Accusing Jews as a people of being responsible for real or imagined wrongdoings.
What?
Absolutely. That's what I said when I saw that. But notice what it goes on to say, accusing the Jews as a people or Israel as a state of inventing or exaggerating the Holocaust, accusing Jewish citizens of being more loyal to Israel or to the alleged priorities of Jews worldwide than to the interests of their own nations. So again, what is the legal definition of anti-Semitism? I just gave it to you, but let's go back here. I want to highlight a few things. It says calling for, aiding, or justifying the killing or harming of Jews, often in the name of radically ideology or an extreme view of religion. So now when we go back to what Kanye West said, right? This is what, according to that definition, is considered to be anti-Semitic. Anti-Semitism. This is his original post. When I wake up, I'm going DEFCON 3 on Jewish people. Now, Kanye West, even after he came out and gave clarity of exactly what he meant, because I understood what he was saying. I know that DEFCON, what he was saying was DEFCON, and all that is a state of defense, a state of readiness. But Kanye West gave proper clarity on this. He didn't wait weeks to do it. He gave it almost immediately, right? I believe within 24 hours, at least within 2 days, he gave it his proper clarity on what it means, what he meant by it. Here it is.
I talk about the left, the Democrats, and how they prey with BLM on our outrage. Mm-hmm. Even when I put up the DEFCON 3 tweet, I was outraged at this point.
What does DEFCON 3 mean? It's like level of this, like
actually when it's DEFCON,
it's like nuclear war.
I spelled it wrong. I have a tendency to do that. But DEFCON is actually that you're preparing to protect yourself.
All right, so that's what he gave clarity. He gave clarity, but I knew it was going to cause problems because even for me, I wouldn't even agree with him putting DEFCON because that's opening up a door and a room of opportunity. And off that DEFCON 3, he's painted to be worse than Hitler. Like the Jewish Federation said that Kanye West or anti-Semitism is worse at an all-time high, like never before, right? But I'm like, wait a minute. What about what happened for the Holocaust? So you're saying Kanye West is worse than Hitler? You're saying that Kanye West stating this right here is worse than the actions of Hitler? But again, going back to what I pointed out in that article, right? That's what I mean. But Kanye West, he opened the door for it, right? Because he shouldn't have made what I highlighted here. He should have used more wisdom, tact. He should have had whoever his publicist, whoever. He should not have posted this. I understand his intentions. I know what DEFCON 3 is. I'm prior military. So I had to deal with threat cons and DEFCONs and all that stuff. I understand what I mean, but he should not have made this post, at least that portion of the post. All right. And what I mean by the portion of the post, because there's nothing wrong with what he said here. The funny thing is I actually can't be anti-Semitic because Black people are actually Jews also, you guys have toyed with me. So I'm just going to start right here. But then you go on here and say, you guys have toyed with me and tried to blackball anyone who ever opposes your agenda. Well, right now, because of all the cancellations, they're actually making them right. They're actually supporting his, substantiating his claim. All right. So what is the legal definition of anti-Semitism? Here's the other one, going back here. Making mendacious, dehumanizing, demonizing, or stereotypical allegations about Jews, such as the power of Jews as a collective, especially but not exclusively, the myth about a world Jewish conspiracy or of Jews controlling the media, government, or other societal institutions, right? So let's show exactly what Kanye West said again. We're going to connect the dots here. So this would be considered anti-Semitism. Let me play it one more time here as we progress here.
Okay, so this right here is a chart of Universal Studios, 20th Century Fox, ABC News, CBS News, Columbia Pictures, Warner Brothers, ESPN Sports, Fox News, Washington Post, Metro Goldwyn Mayer, MTV Music Television, Nickelodeon, USA Today, Wall Street Journal, Comedy Central, NBC Entertainment, Google, what else do we have? Disney, ABC Kids and Family, YouTube, Los Angeles Times, Discovery Network, Paramount Pictures, Facebook, Huffington Post, Yahoo, Marvel, Hulu, Cosmopolitan, Time, Touchstone, Associated Press, Pixar, Miramax, HBO, New York Post, LucasArts, MSNBC, DreamWorks Animation. Now, the thing is, I skipped over maybe about 5 of them because it was just unclear on this list. The red are the executives that are Jewish at these companies.
Do you think they stuck together when they heard what you said? Was that what happened?
All right, I want to say peace and blessings. Thank you. I declare war for the contributions. I always wondered why Ye and Kyrie don't file a defamation lawsuit. I see one large loophole in the word Jew, forcing them to prove they are a Jew in court, right? And that's what's going to have to be settled at. They're going to have to take this to court, which I'm pretty confident that they will do that, especially with their reputation on the line. But sometimes things have to seem to go to like a very low point before other things start kicking in. But there's a legal fight that's coming, because with Kyrie Irving, you don't hear anything about the Players Association. You don't hear the Players Association coming out to even, that they met with Kyrie to actually protest the suspension. You don't hear the Players Association because the commissioner worked for the owners. The Players Association works for the players, but you don't hear anything about the Players Association. So appreciate it. I declare war. Thank you for the contributions. So again, allegations about Jews as such, or the power of Jews as collective, especially but not exclusively, the myth about a world Jewish conspiracy or of Jews controlling the media. And again, you guys remember this particular slide here. I'm going to show it one more time. LA Times, who runs Hollywood, would come on, by Joel Stein. He's a Jewish, Ashkenazi Jew. He is a journalist. You can look him up and see how he looks, put a name with a face. But this is what he wrote back in 2008, December of 2008. I have never been so upset by a poll in my life. Only 22% of Americans believe the movie and television industries are pretty much run by Jews, down from nearly 50% in 1964. The Anti-Defamation League released the poll results last month, seizing these numbers a victory against stereotyping. So it says that the Anti-Defamation League see that this is a victory about stereotyping, even though this Jewish person is going to make it clear that that's just basically, in a nutshell, eye candy stuff. the truth of the matter, he's going to confirm just what Kanye said. He's going to confirm and actually go against what anti-Semitism says. So it says, seizing these numbers a victory against stereotyping. Actually, it shows how dumb America has gotten. Jews totally run Hollywood. Let me say that again. You know, he's making it clear. Joel Stein, who is a Ashkenazi Jew, he's a journalist, right? He's making it clear that the Jews, his community, the Jewish community, they run everything. They run Hollywood. That's what he's making it clear here. So how is it anti-Semitic? And we're going to talk about that. Let me read it one more time. Actually, it shows just how dumb America has gotten. Jews totally run Hollywood. How deeply Jewish is Hollywood? Let me read it one more time in slow-mo. I haven't done slow-mo in a long time. But let me do slow motion right here.
Actually, it just shows how dumb America has gotten. Jews totally run Hollywood.
For the people in the back. For the people in the back. Had to bring out slow-mo for those that's not catching on and comprehending what's going on here. This journalist, Ashkenazi Jew, Jewish journalist, is making it clear that his community runs Hollywood. How deeply Jewish is Hollywood? It goes on to say this. When the studio chiefs took out a full-page ad in the Los Angeles Times a few weeks ago to demand that the Screen Actors Guild settle its contract, the open letter was signed by News Corp President Peter Chernin, Jewish. Paramount Pictures Chairman Brad Gray, Jewish. Walt Disney Company Chief Executive Robert Iger, Jewish. Sony Pictures Chairman Michael Linton, surprise, Dutch Jew. Warner Brothers Chairman Barry Mayer, Jewish. CBS Corp Chief Executive Leslie Moonves, so Jewish, his great uncle was the first prime minister of Israel. MGM Chairman Harry Sloan, Jewish. And NBC Universal Chief Executive Jeff Zucker, mega Jewish. If either of the Jewish, or actually it didn't put it all in there, sorry, but skipping down to another bullet here, the Jews are so dominant, I had to scour the trades to come up with 6 Gentiles in high positions at entertainment companies. But pay attention to this right here. When I called them to talk about their incredible advancement, 5 of them refused to talk to me, apparently out of fear of insulting Jews. This is why many are scared to talk. Many are scared to question. Why? Because of the fear of insulting, or may have the perception that they're assaulting Jews by just answering some simple questions. They didn't even want it. They wanted to keep away from even the perception. It says, apparently out of fear of insulting Jews. The 6th AMC president, Charlie Collier, turned out to be Jewish. All right, I'm not going to read all of this again. Oh, yeah, I'll just highlight right here. The Jews are so dominant. Again, the Jews are so dominant. All right, that's a duplicate. But again, as a proud Jew, I want America to know about our accomplishments. He's proud. He's not trying to hide it. As a proud Jew, I want America to know about our accomplishments. Yes, we control Hollywood. All right. So he did not pull his tongue. He did not bite his tongue. But guess what? According to the examples that's given about anti-Semitic, me reading that article can be considered anti-Semitic. I'm reading the article. That Jewish guy can't be referred to as anti-Semitic. You see what I'm going at? So the originators, those that wrote this, like that Jewish reference that I'm just making right now, I make a reference to the material, what he wrote, his article, technically under the perception, I can be perceived as being anti-Semitic because I am reading a truth. Remember, truth or imaginary, saying that, hey, they run stuff. I can be considered anti-Semitic. That's what Kanye West was saying. This could be considered anti-Semitic because here, until this century, nobody talked about the Middle East because neither the term nor the states in the region existed. Both were the works of the victors of World War I, the true begetters of the furies that still rage. The term Middle East was coined in 1901 by Admiral Alfred Thayer Mahon. So it's saying, hey, the Middle East didn't exist back then, before this time here. It's a created construct. But guess what? This could be considered anti-Semitism. So what is the legal definition of anti-Semitism? We're going somewhere with this, family. Accusing Jews as a people of being responsible for real or imagined wrongdoing committed by a single Jewish person or group, the state of Israel, or even for acts committed by non-Jews, right? So I should have put it here. I didn't think about it till now, but we'll touch on it again. But just even saying that how the Jews participated in the transatlantic world war or slave trade, that can be considered anti-Semitism. Accusing Jews as a people of being responsible for real or imagined wrongdoing. So what is the legal definition of anti-Semitism? Accusing the Jews as a people or Israel as a state of inventing or exaggerating the Holocaust. Accusing Jews or Jewish citizens of being more loyal to Israel or to the alleged priorities of Jews worldwide than to the interests of their own nations. Wow. See, you see how Kanye West said, man, you could see that he was shocked. He had no clue of what anti-Semitism is. He didn't know it was, what he was doing was anti-Semitism or Semitic based upon the definition that was provided prior to, or I'm sure he did, like I said before, more than likely he went on the internet, right? And he did the research on it from an academic perspective, but somebody must have got with him and said, hey, you know what? Maybe his lawyer may have said, hey, you know what, Kanye? Let's take it a step further. I think we need to, let me show you something, because, that's not, let me show you the legal definition of it. So that way you can get a better understanding of why, technically, based upon the definition of it, you know what? You are, according to the definition, anti-Semitic. And he had that epiphany. And I know he was surprised when he saw that. I know he was surprised because you could read it and you could see it in his face that he had no clue that that's what anti-Semitism is. All right. So, right, I'm going to show you a few other things that can be considered anti-Semitic. I'm going to show you a couple of other things here. Let me highlight a couple of things here. Let me put something else inside this slide. I was just thinking about it. Let me put something else inside this slide that can be considered anti-Semitic, right? Let me put it here right quick before we get to the next portion of this. All right, let me see here. Bear with me 1 second. I want to put this slide in here before we continue here. All right. So I want you to pay attention to that definition again, because I'm going to go ahead and do something real quick here. Let me take this out. All right. I'm in geek mode, family. So let me go ahead and continue in geek mode. So let me put this where it needs to go at. I'm gonna put it right here. Okay. Now let's carry on. Okay. I just wanted to do something real quick before we got to that point. But again, accusing the Jews as a people or Israel as a state of inventing or exaggerating the Holocaust. Now, I want you to hear one of the reporters' comments when they were interacting with Kyrie Irving, when they accused Ron Dalton movie of him stating that he made comments saying that the Holocaust wasn't real. Let me allow you to hear that, and then we're going to do a commentary on it. Let me play it here. Where is it? Here we go.
It's unfortunate timing that we're in, but I'm glad that I could stand on the truth, because I'm not afraid of these mics, these cameras. I used to be looking everyone in the eye and telling them the truth, and I'm proud of who I am. Any label that you put on me, I'm able to dismiss because I studied. I know the Oxford Dictionary, you look it up, right? Just one of the biggest mistakes I had in being a kid was not knowing European or Western language until I started looking it up and understanding the definitions and why they say, if you want to trick a black person, put it in the book. I was wondering my whole life why they said that. Now I'm 30 years old and I know reading is a superpower because it helps me understand where I'm going and where I come from. Like a tree with roots.
Kyrie, the documentary listed among falsehoods. It said the Holocaust didn't happen. Do you believe the Holocaust
those falsehoods
happened?
are unfortunate. And it's not that I don't believe in the Holocaust. I never said that. Never, ever have said it. It's not come out of my mouth. I never tweeted it. I never liked anything like it. So the Holocaust in itself is an event that means something to a large group of people that suffered something that could have been avoided. No one said we had to practice racism. No one said we had to treat each other like garbage.
All right. So before we continue, because he said, the reporter said that Ron Dalton said that the Holocaust was fake, wasn't real. Is he correct? Is he correct? Now, this right here can also be considered anti-Semitic here, right? This is coming from the Jewish Almanac. I have this book with me all the time, right? It says here, strictly speaking, it is incorrect to call an ancient Israelite a Jew or to call a contemporary Jew an Israelite or a Hebrew. The first Hebrews may not have been Jews at all, and contemporary Palestinians, to get into that. But even their own literature says that it's not correct to call a contemporary Jew a modern Jew, an Israelite, or a Hebrew. The first Hebrews may not have been Jews at all, because now Hebrews is being used synonymous with Israel. So it's saying, hey, don't use those two words in the same sentence. So I just thought I'd just, share that real quick. So let's get back to here. Accusing the Jews as a people or Israel as a state of inventing or exaggerating the Holocaust. Wait a minute. So anti-Semitism, again, accusing the Jews as a people or Israel as a state of inventing, or exaggerating the Holocaust. So the question is, did Ron Dalton write in his book or state in his movie that the Holocaust did not exist, that the Holocaust is fake? And I'm going to say that is absolutely not. That is an absolute lie. An absolute lie. The reporters lied. The reporters lied. So what did Ron Dalton actually write in his book or say in his movie about the Holocaust? Excuse the typo. Let's see what he says. Hebrews to Negroes, Wake Up Black America by Ron Dalton. I just decided to go to his book. And guess what? Notice what you see here. The Jews have established 5 major falsehoods which work to conceal their nature and protect their status and power, to wit. Number 1, the Jews are Israelites, in other words, Hebrews, and thus God's chosen people. Right? This is listed under 5 falsehoods. Number 2, Jesus Christ was a Jew. Jesus, Mary, did not practice Judaism. Jesus' stock was of Levi and Aaron, in other words, by way of Mary, and Judah by way of Joseph. Number 3, that 6 million Jews were killed in the Holocaust during World War II. Many sources and scholars have proven that there were less. Wait a minute. That doesn't sound like he said the Holocaust didn't exist, or say he have scholars saying that the Holocaust didn't exist. Actually, here he's listing a source saying that many sources and scholars have proven that there were less than 250,000 Jews living in Europe at that time. So it's questioning the numbers, exaggeration of numbers, according to the anti-Semitism examples that is listed. So Ron Dalton didn't say that the Holocaust was fake, right? With sources, he's making reference to other sources, questioning the actual numbers, 6 million number, right? Okay, so it says less than 250,000 Jews living in Europe at that time. So it was less than 250,000 Jews living in Europe. How could it be 6 million when it was less than 250,000 Jews living in Europe at the time of the Nazi Third Reich rule? This number was fabricated. It was believed to be true by the Jewish-controlled media in America. Number 4, that all people are equal. All people are not equal in the religion of Judaism. We are considered goyim or goys, right? Goyim plural, goy singular, just like cattle. Number 5, that the Jews are just another religious group. The Jews today are Europeans whose ancestors converted from paganism or pagan religious to the Judaism religion. Being a Jew, which is a follower of Judaism, is basically a religion. The race of anybody practicing Judaism varies by country. Therefore, the Jews are just a religious group, not a race. So those are 5 things, falsehoods that's listed there. But guess what? Ron put a source here, quoted by Ashkenazi Jew Harold Wallace Rosenthal. Wait a minute. So now we have to go to this work. We got to see, is Ron making this up? Did he, or is he the one that started to talk on the numbers, exaggeration of numbers? No, because he made a source here, reference to a source here. He posted a source that he's quoting from a source. So let's go to the source. Let's go to the source. The hidden tyranny, the issue that dwarfs all other issues, by Harold Rosenthal, right? Who died, who was murdered 30 days, less than a month later after this interview, right? So this is the screen print from his actual book, and what Ron Dalton quoted are the footnotes right here, footnote 13. And I'm going to show you here, right? The Jews have established 5 major falsehoods which work to conceal their nature and protect their status and power, to wit. Number 1, the Jews are Israelites and thus God's chosen people. Now, Rosenthal is an Ashkenazi Jew. He's an Ashkenazi Jew. So he can't be considered anti-Semitic, but those that make a reference to his work are anti-Semitic. How does that work? You're quoting someone from their community, but yet you're anti-Semitic for quoting someone from their community that's actually saying these things right here, right? That doesn't make sense. That does not make sense. So the Jews have established 5 major falsehoods. That's what it says here. But actually, let's go down to where it says here.
Number 3, that 6 million Jews were killed in a Holocaust during World War II, that all races are equal, or that all brothers, and that the Jews are just another religious group. So this is a Ashkenazi Jew that Ron posted a quote inside his book, made reference, stated his name. This is who actually what Ron is quoting inside his book, in his documentary. He didn't say that the Holocaust didn't exist. The question is, he's quoting sources that's questioning the actual number. Okay. Who is Harry Rosenthal? Right? Who is he? I gave you information on it, but we'll get to that again. I'll give a refresher on that part. But I want to show you some here. Why are there coins, right, prior to the Holocaust that has both Nazi and the swastika, or excuse me, the Nazi swastika and the Zionist symbol, which is the Star of David? They call it the Star of David. Why are there coins prior to the Holocaust, excuse the typo, that has both Nazi swastika, the Nazi swastika, and the Zionist symbol, which is the Star of David, on them? Here it is. Come on, family. Why do we have this coin? Why do we see the same coin, but we see the swastika on one side and we see the star, which is the Zionist symbol, on the other? See, when you ask questions like this, anti-Semitism, oh, conspiracy, anti-Semitism, for even asking a question like this, showing a reference like this, you can look it up, family. You can look it up. This could be considered anti-Semitism. 1 billion fund to Jewry, to rebuild Jewry. New York Times. So this is New York Times that's not owned or ran by our community. October 18th, 1918. And notice here, this is dealing with 6 million souls in October 18th, 1918. 6 million souls will need help to resume normal life when the war is ended. But we have a testimony by a Jewish Ashkenazi Jew stating that there was less than 1 million Jews living in Europe at that time. But we see 6 million, an article about 6 million Jews need help. Notice what it says here. 6 million souls will need help to resume normal life when war is ended. Loans Without Interest Committee of American Jews lays plan for the greatest humanitarian task in history. 6 million Jews need help. And this is the actual article that you can go into the archives of Time, the New York Times, and you can download this, subscribe to it, because I've been a member of it for years. And I just downloaded the PDFs just to have it as a source. This is the actual screen print, the PDF of the original article. 6 million souls will need help to resume normal life when war is ended. But here's another article. Ukrainian Jews aim to stop pogroms. New York Times, September 8th, 1919, well before the Holocaust, well before World War II. Notice here, Ukrainian Jews aim to stop pogroms, right? But it goes on to say, when we get down here, 127,000 Jews have been killed and 6 million are in peril. But the same number is in 1919. But we're dealing with another area. We're dealing with Ukrainian Jews, right? Is it a coincidence we're dealing with the issues in Ukraine right now? But Ukrainian Jews, 6 million. That's the number. It says 127,000 Jews have been killed and 6 million are in peril. And here's the original article right here, the PDF. You see, 6 million are in peril. Right? Goes here again. Tells sad plight of Jews. New York Times, November 12th, 1919. Notice what it says here. The successive blows of contending armies have all but broken the back of European Jewry, he said, and have reduced to tragically unbelievable poverty, starvation, and disease about 6 million souls, or half the Jewish population on earth. Here's the original article. 6 million souls, or half the Jewish population. Come on, family. I'm giving you nothing but proof here. Jewish War gets 100,000 gift from in this New York Times, May 7th, 1920. Right? And we see that again, where 6 million face horrifying conditions of famine, disease, and death was enriched Jewish War. This is the article right here. Even though this is blocking it, there's words blocking it, but 6 million is highlighted. And for the sake of it, I'll just remove that so that way you can see that, hey, I'll give you nothing but information, accurate information. Let me remove that so you can see what it says for now. All right, because I can always put it back. Let me go to that one. All right, let me remove it. All right, there it is. You can see it now. Where 6 million face horrifying conditions. The Fund for Jewish War suffers in Central and Eastern Europe, where 6 million face horrifying conditions. All right, so you see it again. You see, you guys got me going geek mode here. All right. All right, now let me put that back in before I forget to put it back in. All right. All right, there we go. Okay. Why are these articles important? Why are they important? I'm sure you get it. The Jewish community began to promote the narrative of 6 million Jewish victims 30 years before the Holocaust. That's the significance of these articles. 30 years prior to the Holocaust, they're promoting or they're pointing out that there's 6 million Jews. They're stating that they need help for 6 million Jews. 6 million Jewish people are in trouble. I'm giving you article after article. But here's another one, right? Is this considered anti-Semitic? Well, technically, according to the definition, it is. Because I'm quoting sources. Remember, whether it's real or imaginary, I'm quoting sources. Anything that may talk about or allude to exaggeration of numbers, even though I didn't say any type of words, any type of lingo saying exaggeration. But we definitely know that according to the Jew that we highlighted, Harry Rosenthal, and also what I'm giving a highlight here, there wasn't 6 million. Now, this is not trying to minimize what happened. This is not being insensitive to that tragic event. Because, hey, anyone losing their life to senseless death, I'm not for it. But guess what? In the Holocaust, what's missing is our ancestors, Negroes, Black folks, that was tortured too. They don't talk about that in North Africa, how a lot of this stuff is practiced on our brothers and sisters that was over in Africa. The Black Holocaust. I didn't have enough time to put it in here. I was looking for the presentation because I did a presentation on this years ago. But notice what it says here. Poland agrees to change Auschwitz tablets. Right? Is this anti-Semitism? This is coming from the New York Times. Hey, I told you I get a lot of information out of New York Times. The archives, as you see here, archives, 1992. Poland agrees to change Auschwitz tablets after 50 years of deflecting the request of Jewish groups. So Jewish groups was pushing to change the numbers. The Polish government has agreed to change the wording on stone tablets at Auschwitz and Birkenau, the adjacent Nazi camps, where more than 1 million Jews died during World War II. But notice what it says here. The move follows decades of appeals by Jewish groups who say the current plaques do not fully reflect the suffering of Jews. There and focused too heavily on the camp's non-Jewish victims. While thousands of non-Jews were among the estimated 1.5 million killed at Auschwitz, the victims were predominantly Jews. So wait a minute. They're saying 1.5 million people were killed, but most of that 1.5 million were Jews. All right. So technically, this would be considered anti-Semitic. Oh, let me put the I forgot to put something in here. Let me put something in here. Thought I had it in here. Let me put these images back on here because I was cleaning up this presentation. I forgot to put these images back here. Let me put these images back here. And family, I'm not going to explain the 6 million. I'm not going to explain it right now. I was going to explain, but I was like, nah, that's just too much time. But let me see here. Bear with me 1 second. Where's my... Well, you know what? I think that I may have... Bear with me 1 second. And we're going to open it up here shortly. All right, let me try this. Let me see if it's in this presentation. Yeah, I thought I had it in here. My bad, family. Let me close this one out. Let me try it again. I thought I had it in here, family. I could have sworn I had it in here. Let me open up this presentation one more time. And let's see if I can get it for you. And we'll continue on. Let me see here. I'm just trying to open it up real quick before we continue. Let me see. All right. Open. All right. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? All right. Let me try this again. All right. Let's try this again. All right. Let me pull this up. All right. Playbook Zionist should be here. All right. Let's try it again. I know another document that I have because I do this. It's in several of my presentations, but I believe I know where the other one is. Let me pull this up real quick because I want you guys to see the actual tablets because that's what's missing, the actual tablets. So I want you guys to see the actual tablets. All right. Let me see here. All right, here we go. Is it here? Almost did. Where is it? Where is it? I thought it was here. I thought it was here, family. Let me try one more place. Because it should be here. I don't know what happened. I hope I didn't mess up my presentations. It should be here. All right, let me see. All right, let me try another presentation. I don't know what I did. I accidentally removed the images. Let me try one more. Let me go to another one. Let me see. Let me see here. All right, let's try this. Let's see here. Hopefully it's in this one. I know I'm kind of delaying here, but I want to show the images here. All right, I think it's in this presentation. Let's see here. Got a lot of them, a lot of presentations, but let's see if it's here. All right, hopefully it's in this one. All right, let's see. It got to be in this one. If not, we'll just have to do it another time, family. I can't believe I did that. Now, my hard drive is in my bag, so I can't go into my hard drive. Let's see here. Oh yeah, I found them. Here you go. I'm going to copy these over, and I'm going to let you see the tablets. All right, let's copy it over. Thank you, Most High. Good thing I make it a point to, copy certain things in multiple presentations just for times like this. All right, so let me get it out. All right, let me copy these tablets here. Okay, here we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. All right, family. There you have it right in front of you. These are the tablets, right? Right. These are the tablets. One is the original and the other one was changed. Okay. So let me pull up the tablets now. All right. Let's see here. Those are the tablets. There it is, family. Oh, thank you, Most High. Glad I have it here. Now, notice what the tablets say, family. Here we go. All right. Notice what they say. You see here. Matter of fact, I'm going to zoom it so that way you guys can see it even better. So let's see. Let me zoom it. Right. This is the original plaque, the original tablet. Notice what it says. 4 million people suffered and died here at the hands of the Nazi murderers between the years of 1940 and 1945. So notice you see 4 million. Okay. And then when we go over to, right, the next one, right, the newer one, notice what it says here. 1.5 million. So it goes from 4 million to 1.5 million. Come on, family. It goes from 4 million to 1.5 million. But we know that in that 1.5 million, right, it's including other people. Remember, it wasn't just Jews. Notice what it says. 1.5 million men, women, and children, mainly Jews from various countries of Europe. Didn't say all of them. It said mainly. So that number dropped from 4 million to at least 3 million. I mean, from 4 million to at least 1 million at the max, 1 million, because we're dealing with other people that's part of that 1.3. So if we, or 1.5, so we could drop that down. So we knocked off 3 million just in Auschwitz itself. 3 million. So that 6 million total number is now knocked in half. And this is just with Auschwitz. I encourage you guys to get that book I pointed out. If I have enough time, I run and get it out of my bag, that Jewish Almanac, because if you go through the Jewish Almanac, you'll see the numbers are much lower. But is that anti-Semitism? Is that saying we're being insensitive to what happened? No, we're just covering history. We're going through historical information. And I'm gonna make it clear. We're not mocking or trying to belittle or insult the families that suffered. Because it did happen. But according to what we just read, just starting with Poland, they made it clear at least or less than 3 million people just in Auschwitz alone. So we just knocked that the total number in half just off of Auschwitz alone. All right, so let me put this in the comment section. Let me put this in the comment section for you guys. Because I got to share the source. Because again, how we do. Let me put it here. All right, there's the source. There's the source. All right, $269.95. Wow. When I got mine, and I've been talking about it for years. When I purchased my book, man, I purchased a book for like 20 bucks. About what, 8 or 9 years ago? I was teaching out of this when I was still in Christianity. But anyway, right? So based upon the definition of anti-Semitism, I'd be considered an anti-Semitic person because I'm stating articles that support and substantiate stating that those numbers are less than, starting with Auschwitz from 4 million to less than 1 million, but 1.5 million when you include those that are not Jewish. So when we go to this Rolling Stone article, John Blisting, Kyrie Irving boosts anti-Semitic movie peddling Jewish slave ships, right? You guys remember this. I'm not going to go through all of this, but notice here. Remember I said that rabbi didn't read this article? I mean, read the book? But what he was doing was quoting talking points, bullets. He was quoting this article because notice what it says here. It says, basketball player Kyrie Irving took to Twitter to boost a movie and book, Hebrews to Negroes, stuffed with anti-Semitic tropes. Now, all he did was post a link. That's all he did. He posted the link. He didn't post a book. He posted a link directly to the Hebrews to Negroes Amazon link, streaming link on Amazon. But notice here, here's the buzzword, stuff with anti-Semitic tropes. So let's compare this to what this rabbi said, right? Let's compare it. See, family, we just real quick, we just knocked out or confirmed that the rabbi didn't read the book, like most of them.
Why is the material in this book and film so deeply offensive?
Absolutely. So just here in Los Angeles, the Los Angeles City Council passed 2 days ago the definition of anti-Semitism according to the IHRA, which is the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance. And in that definition, it says that a perception of hatred to the Jewish community is the definition of anti-Semitism. Now, somebody asked, Charles Barkley asked me 2 days ago, have I read it or seen that movie? And so when he asked, I looked it up and I started seeing what those anti-Semitic tropes were. Number one, there's untruths there. And when untruths...
What? He said when Charles Barkley asked him, did he see the movie? He said he looked it up. What did he look up? And he quoted that it's filled with anti-Semitic tropes. So he didn't watch it. What he looked it up, it is this article, the Rolling Stones article. This is the it. He looked it up. He looked this up. And this is what he's quoting. All right. So let's get to a key point here. Let's get to a key point. Let's get to a key point. All right. Let me see if this is where we want to get to now. All right. Let me make sure. Yeah. Right. Slave ships. Right. This is what he says in this article. This rabbi, I mean, this Jewish guy, John. Well, actually, I'm not sure if he's Jewish. I'm just looking at his name, John Blisting, but that's Jewish. That's a Jewish name, John Blisting. That's a Jewish name. But anyway, but notice what it says here. He says he claims, Ron, when teaching slavery, schools don't mention the involvement of the Catholic Church, Arab, East Africa, or Islamic slave traders, or the Jewish slave ships that brought our West African Negro or Bantu ancestors to slave ports owned by Jews. And guys, you remember this. I'm not going to go into all of this, but this is one of the sources that I have. I have plenty of other sources showing, as what was pointed out, that the Jewish community, as we know them, guess what? They also took an active part in the Dutch colonial slave trade. It goes on to say how they had taxes and pasta, in other words, a Jewish tax of 5 soldos for each Negro slave a Brazilian Jew purchased. Slave auctions were postponed if it was held on a Jewish holiday. But it goes on to tell us here, it says, as well as the British colonial of Barbados and Jamaica in the 18th century, Jewish merchants played a major role. It didn't say a minor role, like many would try to reduce it. This is a Jewish rabbi. This is a rabbi that wrote this book, this historical account. But guess what? It shows right here. It says they played a major role. Now, me reading it, I'm considered anti-Semitic based off the definition and the examples, but not the person that wrote this book. Only those that use the sources. It says here, Jewish merchants frequently dominated the 18th century, right? Jews participated in a triangle trade that brought slaves from Africa to West Indies. Okay. And it's saying these are some of the individuals that dominated Jewish slave trading on the American continent. So they had, I mean, you just see it here. You can't get no deeper than this. It says played a significant role in the merchant capitalism, commercial revolution, and territorial expansion. Right? The Jewish Caribbean nexus provided Jews with the opportunity to claim a disproportionate influence. We just see it here. You can't get away from it. All right? I'm just not reading all of this, family. It says here, slave trading was a major feature of Jewish economic life. Let me say that again. Slave trading was a major feature of Jewish economic life. Right? North American and the Caribbean Jews played a key role in this commerce. So again, in slavery in the Catholic Church, you guys already know this. The Catholic Church, the Christian Church declared war on our ancestors. So I'm not reading all of this. I encourage you guys to go back and watch the video that I did a week ago, Saturday night. It's there. So start by falsely suggesting that anti-Black racism can be traced to key Jewish texts. That's part of that definition. Kyrie Irving boosts. All right, let me go here. It says here, starts by falsely suggesting that anti-Black racism can be traced to key Jewish texts. That's what it says here, right? But we're going to answer this. And it says here, let me go back. Western education and religion tries to teach that the world that Blacks are cursed with their skin color by the curse of Ham, Canaan. This is also taught in European Jewish documents and in the teachings of the Talmud book in Judaism. Some can say rather that it can establish the base for Black racism even before the KKK. Now, what does Ron Book say about the origins of the curse of Ham? Let's see what his book says. Because we read the article from this John Blistein, which we already proved that he was very deceptive, didn't use no type of integrity when he wrote the article. But let's see what Ron, according to John Blistein, Ron starts in chapter 4 of his book by falsely suggesting that anti-Black racism can be tracked back to key Jewish texts. Is he correct? I'm telling you, he's not. Did he, this journalist of the Rolling Stones article, properly quote Ron Dalton's book? No, he didn't. Right. So when we go to chapter 4, right, this is the entire chapter. What's in yellow is what the journalist quoted in his article, but he missed out what's in orange. This is key because it doesn't start off like he says here. He said it starts off by saying that, basically bashing the Jewish community, saying that, hey, they the ones that promoted the ham and all that other stuff. He said it starts off with that. It says, oftentimes growing up, I wondered that if the original man and woman were white, then where did Black people come from? In the church, most African Americans are taught in Sunday school lessons that Adam and Eve are white. And this is just, these bullets I put in this effect here, this torn page effect. It's saying the same thing, right? So according to John Blistein, Ron Dalton starts chapter 4 of his book by falsely suggesting that anti-Black racism can be traced back to key Jewish texts. So is he correct? No, he's not. He's not correct. So we go back here. Again, that's what he missed out. He didn't include this in there. He didn't include this in there. So he misled the people that's reading that article. So he's missing in his quotes inside that source. He's missing the sources that Ron listed. He didn't even list the actual sources that Ron listed. He's given the impression that Ron is making this stuff up. Ron Dalton don't believe in the Holocaust, that the Holocaust didn't exist. They just doing a lot of gaslighting as far as this writer, right? But let's go to this key point here. The curse of Ham. It says here, Western education and religion tries to teach the world that blacks are cursed with their skin, colored by the curse of Ham or Canaan. This is taught in the European Jewish documents and the teachings of the Talmudic or the Talmud book in Judaism. Some can say that it established the base for black racism even before the KKK. In the Jewish Torah Anthology, Volume 1, pages 392 to 393, the details of the true origins of this slanderous belief that blacks received the punishments, curses from Canaan reads as follows. Now, I'm going to read what Ron Book says, and then we're going to make reference to this source here. So let me pull it up again, family. So for those that are watching for the first time, let me show you here. Let me change my camera here. This is the book. This is the book. So we're gonna share some quotes out of here and compare it to what Ron said. All right. So let's get back into it. Hit the like and subscribe, family. Share this video. Please share this video. All right. Diana Black, my email is in the banner that's in the bottom, the ticker. And family, forgive me if it's taking the time to get back to you guys, because my emails are getting flooded right now. Have some deception things going on as well. People trying to get me to get into discussions with them, and then some mysterious things are happening, like the emails are disappearing. It's crazy. It's some crazy stuff that's going on. But anyway, but notice what Ron points out here, right? Slanderous beliefs that black received the punishment, curses, because this is what he's dealing with. The punishment, the curses that we hear taught about Ham, right? Curses from Canaan reads as following: because he, in other words, Ham, looked at his naked father Noah, his eyes became red, always appearing bloodshot, in other words, referring to Africans. Because he, Ham, mockingly told his brothers about his father's condition. His lips were made thick and gross like those of a Negro. Pay attention to this. Pay attention. Because he, Ham, turned his head to see his father Noah, the hair of his head and beard became kinky. Because he did not cover his father, it was decreed that he always go naked and blackened by the sun. So now let's go ahead and answer this question. Is Ron Dalton giving a direct quote from the book? Is he? Now let's go into the book. Is Ron Dalton being misleading? So when we go to this book, the Torah Anthology, Volume 1, Genesis, because it's basically summarizing Genesis. Notice what it says here. And these are actual screen prints from my book. It's screen prints from the book that I purchased. Family, you know, I don't play when it comes to showing sources. This is coming from this book, page 392. All right, let me pull it up here. Let's pull it up here, 392. Let's go to the book. Let's let the sources speak. Let me pull my screen up. It's coming from page 392. Let me move it over so you guys can see. All right, it's coming from 392. Do I have it up? That's 393. So I can't put it in front of my camera like I want, because I want to hit the mic. So it's coming out of the book, family. I got the book. Okay. I screen printed. So let's go to the book. You guys vote and let me know, was Ron being truthful, or did he deceive anyone? Did he actually quote the book? All right. So here it is. God deals with each person measure for measure, making the punishment fit the crime and the reward fit the virtuous deed. Each of Noah's 3 sons were paid accordingly. Ham received 5 punishments because he looked at his naked father. It says because he, and Ron just put in parentheses referring to Ham, right? And Ron's, let's go back to Ron's. Let me go ahead. I'm going to toggle between the two. Let's go back to Ron's, right? This is what Ron said. Let's go back here, right? He has here, because he just put in parentheses so you know who they're referring to. He, Ham, turned his head to see his father, Noah. That's not being deceptive. That's not being misleading. That's giving context so that way you understand what you're reading. So let's go back over to this article, right? So because he, right, Ham, looked at his father naked, Noah, so that way you know who it's being referred to. So it says he eyes, or his eyes became red. It goes on to say, and the reason why is this is a little typo here. It's supposed to say his eyes became red. Always appearing bloodshot. Right now, let's go back to Ron's article. Book. Let's go back to Ron's book. Right? Let's go back here. He said, he added here, referring to Africans, right? His eyes became red, always appearing bloodshot. In other words, referring to Africans, right? Dark eyes are red, bloodshot, right? Kind of make you think about the description of Christ, right? Because it said Christ's eyes were red, right? Even though that's a different understanding if you really read it, but and study it, but nevertheless, said he had red eyes, right? Flaming eyes, became red, always appearing bloodshot, referring to Africans. So Ron is just put in parentheses, right? Giving clarity here. But that's not being deceptive. That's not changing the quote. He's still quoting from the article. All right. So let's go back to the book. Let's go back to the book. Right. And it says, let's go back here, make sure here. Because he mockingly told his brothers about his father's condition, his lips were made thick and gross, like those of a Negro. Let's see what Ron says here. Let's go back here. Let's see what he says. He added Ham here because he, making sure you understand, is referring to Ham, mockingly told his brothers about his father's condition. His lips were made thick and gross, like those of a Negro. So if we go back over here to this book, guess what you see? Only thing you don't see here is Ham's name. Because he mockingly told his brothers about his father's condition, his lips were made thick and gross, like those of a Negro. Number 3, because he turned his head to see his father, the hair of his head and beard became kinky. Guess what? Let's go to Ron's article. Ron's book. Let's see what Ron's book says in entry number 3. Right? It says here, because Ham turned his head to see his father, Noah, the hair of his head and beard became kinky. So Ron added he, so you understand it's Ham here, father Noah's here. That's not being deceptive or misleading. So let's go back to Ron, to the actual source. Let's go to the next one. Because he did not cover his father, it was decreed that he always go naked. We thus see that slaves in Egypt go naked. They even did this in their cities. This was not because of poverty, since it is impossible to imagine that none of them would have enough. All right. Now, we're going to do a comparison. I'm going to read the rest of this here. It says here, would have enough money to buy clothing. The reason is that they live in a hot, damp climate, and it is very uncomfortable to wear clothing. For the reason for this is the geographical location. Since the Hamitic tribes lived in tropical climes, it was the curse. Notice what it says. It was the curse that caused them to live there. In other words, the curse of Ham. They must therefore go naked and blackened by the sun. Right? So let's go to Ron's article here. Book here. Let's go back to his book. All right. Let's go back to his book. All right. All right. Let's go back here. All right. So I want you to pay attention to this here. All right. Here it is. Because he did not cover his father, it was decreed that he always go naked and blackened by the sun. Now, these are two different sentences, right? Starting here, and this is one portion of that entire paragraph that I read. So this is accurate here. Go naked, and then he closed it out with and blackened by the sun. Well, let me give you clarity on this. Let's go to the article. Right? Here it is. Let's go here. Right. Ron took this sentence, because he did not cover his father, it was decreed that he always go naked. And then he took all the middle stuff out and went directly here, right? Because as you see, go naked and blackened by the sun. So he took all of this, the in-between stuff here, out. But guess what? That's not being deceptive. He's still giving reference and giving sources. Because he did not cover his father, it was decreed that he always go naked. So that's up to you if you believe that it's being deceptive, but I don't. Because when we go here, we see the sentence have been shortened. All of this inside here was taken out. But we still get the basic understanding. Because he did not cover his father, it was decreed that he always go naked and blackened by the sun. So that's still dealing with the curse. Family, is that being deceptive? If that's being deceptive, type 1. If it's not, type 2. Right? If it's being deceptive, matter of fact, if you say that it's deceptive, say yay. If you believe that it's not deceptive, say nay. All right? I know I'm covering a lot here. All right? All right. So some saying yay, some saying nay. Okay. Hey, that's, and I'm not going to knock you for it. But for me, like I said, I don't see it taken away from the actual meaning. Right. But anyway, you could still say technically he didn't put the entire quote there, but he definitely didn't take away from the understanding of what it actually summarizes. So most of you put here nay. All right. We're getting close here. We're almost done here. All right. Most of you said nay, not deceptive. Got a couple of yays, but it is what it is. All right. So it was this curse that caused them to live there. That was key. When you go here, right, I decided to go a little further, right, and read this particular source, right, which is interesting. Let me see here. Let me go here. Oh, man, I messed it up here. Let me see here. I know what I did. Let me check here. It's another source here that was really another portion of this book that was very interesting. Let me see if it's here. If not, I'll have to add it there. We get it. We're almost done, family. All right. We covered that. All right. Let's see here. Let me make sure here. All right. Yeah. Let me change something here. Yeah. It was another portion of this book that I wanted to highlight, and I thought I had it here. So let me change this here so you can see what I mean. All right. Let me see here. Oh, man. Let me see. Let me see something here. Ham. Curse. All right, here it is. All right, there it is. All right. This is what should have been there. It was the wrong quote there. Let's try it again. All right. So this, what you see here, I'm actually reading this right here. Right. What you see in the background, actually the wording here is somewhat different to understand. Noah said, let Canaan be their servant. Even though he was addressing Shem, Noah foresaw that many descendants of Japheth would convert to Judaism, and they would also dominate the sons of Canaan. Wait a minute. So this source is telling you that the descendants of Japheth, right, as you see here, Noah foresaw that many descendants of Japheth would convert to Judaism, and they would also dominate the sons of Canaan. So it's saying that Japheth, aka like Gomer, for example, his son Ashkenaz, which is Japheth's grandfather, Ashkenaz, Notice you see here would convert to Judaism, saying that the descendants of Japheth, and remember, to be a Jew, either you're born to a Jewish mother or you're practicing Judaism, converting, converts. But when they define Jewish mother, they're not referring to any melanated people. When you really go into the the studies here. So family, I just thought I'd share that little nugget with you guys. Hope that helps you guys. All right. Are there other rabbinical sources that proves or provides information about the curse of Ham? Yes. Right. We covered this, but I'm gonna just go to one real quick. Right. Just to remind you here. Right. The Sanhedrin 108b. It says here. Right. 3 copulated in the ark, the dog, raven, and Ham. Well, what is this saying? What did Ham do? The dog was doomed to be tied. Raven expect to raise his seed, and Ham was smitten in his skin. It's saying Ham was cursed with his skin. And that, guess what? This led to Cush being black skin. This is the footnote. The Cush, the Negro, who is black skin. That's this here. You see the footnote 34. Of course, I couldn't get it all in on this page. All right. So the influence of Judaism on other religions, such as Jehovah's Witnesses, because the Talmud was in existence well before Jehovah's Witnesses came about. It was in existence well before the Mormons came about. But if we go to some of their sources, I'm not going to read all of it. But notice what it says. This is the Jehovah's Witness, Watchtower, 1909, July 15th, page 215 through 216. The white race exhibits some qualities of superiority over any other. We are to remember that there are wide differences in the same Caucasian, Semitic, and Aryan family, right? Refer to the Shemitic people as being Caucasian family. And also we should remember that some of the qualities which have given, he foretold that this degeneracy would mark the posterity of Canaan, degrading him, making him servile. We are not able to determine to a certainty that the sons of Ham and Canaan are the Negroes. But we consider the general view, the generic view, the Catholic view, right? Judaism, the view as probable as any other, right? In another source, the Golden Age, this is coming still in their literature. It says here, is there anything in the Bible that reveals the origin of the Negro? This is 19th Golden Age, this publication in the 1929, July 24, page 702. And family, I did a lot of homework on this, right? It says, it is generally believed that the curse which Noah pronounced upon Canaan was the origin of the black race. Can't get around it. It's certain it is that when Noah said, cursed be Canaan, right? It says here, a servant of servants shall be unto his brethren. He pictured the future of the colored race. They have been and are a race of servants, but now in dawn, right? Now, but notice it's a colored race. And we got our brothers and sisters at Jehovah's Witnesses, right? But notice what it goes on to say. There is no servant in the world as good as a colored servant, right? Okay, man, let me fast forward here. Let's go to the Mormons. Let's see what the Mormons say. Bruce R. McConkey's Mormon Doctrine. Come on, brothers. We got Mormon Bruce who's going into the Mormon Doctrine. Man, I don't get it. But let's see what they say about the mark of Cain. Notice what they say. To illustrate, Cain, Ham, and the whole Negro race have been cursed with a black skin, the mark of Cain. So they can be identified as a cast apart, a people with whom the other descendants of Adam should not intermarry. So they're pushing the whole curse thing, right? I had more to put in here, but I just kept it simple. But yeah, they're pushing the whole cursed. Ham is cursed. But guess what? The Talmud was out. It's much older than Mormonism, much older than Jehovah's Witnesses. Come on, family. Come on, family. We can't get around this stuff. Is John Blistein correct about his accusation? Absolutely not. Let's see what else he says. The video is based on venomously anti-Semitic book, which asserts that many famous high-ranking Jews have admitted to worshiping Satan or Lucifer. Is he correct? Did he actually quote Ron? Come on, let's go into Ron's book. Most Jews do not like to admit it, but our God is Lucifer. So I wasn't lying, and we are his chosen people. Lucifer is very much alive, right? We're not going to get into the Freemasonry stuff. Go watch the first one. I'm just reiterating this for those that may have not seen the older the video from last week. Prominent Ashkenazi Jew Harold Wallace Rosenthal, excuse me, author of Hidden Tyranny, right? So I'm not going to get into all this, but interesting enough, in earlier years, many Jews and European Scottish York Freemasons have claimed that they worship Satan or Lucifer. Look up, what's his name? Albert Pike, Eliphas Levi. Look those guys up and you'll see exactly what I'm saying, that, hey, it confirms it. But going back to this source, Ron quoted directly from this source. Most Jews do not like to admit it, but our God is Lucifer. So I wasn't lying. And we are his chosen people. Let's go back to Ron. Ron's quote. Right? Let's go back here. Right? Oops. Let me try it again. It says here, most Jews do not like to admit it, but but our God is Lucifer. So I wasn't lying. And we are his chosen people. Lucifer is very much alive. Let's go back to Ron's, back to Rosenthal's. Most Jews do not like to admit it, but our God is Lucifer. So I wasn't lying, and we are his chosen people. Lucifer is very much alive. Come on, family. We're going in here. All right. Appreciate it again, Marco Kane. Thank you for the contribution. We not Jews, but Hebrews. A Jew is a Greek mixed Judean, or whom generals of Alexander the Great took on the guise of these people, countries that they conquered. Appreciate you for your input, and family. Let's show some love for Marco for the contribution here. Really appreciate it. So, family, we giving nothing but receipts here. Nothing but receipts. All right. So who is Harold Rosenthal? We're going to close out with this last point here, and I'll drop the link for those that want to jump on real quick before we wrap up. Who is Harold Rosenthal, and how did he die? Well, I'm glad you guys asked, right? I'm glad you guys asked. Here we go. The Jewish Telegraphic Agency funeral services held for 2 Israeli killed in Istanbul, right? August 20th, 1976. And I'm going to have to put a link here or deal with this word Israeli. I'll do that after I give you clarity on Rosenthal. This is coming from a source, Jewish Telegraphic Agency, right? And it's telling us that passengers killed last week during the terrorist attack in Istanbul's, right, Yasilkov Airport. So this is telling us, basically in a nutshell, a month after he did that interview, Rosenthal, did that interview that's listed in the Rosenthal papers. He was killed in a terrorist attack, right? It goes on to say here, also killed during the attack were Harold Rosenthal, an aide to Senator Jacob Javits. Many of you guys have heard of the Jacob Javits Center up in New York. A lot of conventions that are taking place here, but he was a Jewish guy, very wealthy. Harold Rosenthal was an aide to him. He worked for the senator. That means he has a security clearance, more than likely a top secret security clearance. He was prominent, right? As Ron pointed out, he was prominent, right? He was an Ashkenazi Jew working for Senator Jacob Javits. So he was an important person. So was Harold Rosenthal Jewish? Absolutely. Does the Jews run or control Hollywood? We already covered that. That's just let me take that out. That's a duplicate. I'm not going to correct it. All right. That shouldn't have been there. But let's go back to his book. Or actually, this is not going to his book. We're going to go to the Ronald Reagan, the former president, Ronald Reagan, the late Ronald Reagan, Presidential Library, Digital Library Collections, The Hidden Tyranny, The Issues That Dwarfs All Issues. And this is the last source here. And notice this, he's going to confirm. The Jew, Mr. Harold Wallace Rosenthal, made this statement after admitting Jewish dominance in all significant national programs. He said, "We Jews continue to be amazed with the ease by which Christian Americans have fallen into our hands, while the naive Americans wait for Khrushchev to bury them. We have taught them to submit to our every demand. Ask how a nation could be captured without their knowing it." Mr. Rosenthal attributed this victory to absolute control of the media. He boasts of Jewish control of all news. Any newspaper which refused to acquiesce to control news was brought to its knees by withdrawing advertising. Failing to this, Jews stopped the supply of news, print, and ink. Is very simple matter. But guess what? It goes on to say, no one in the last 3 decades have achieved any political power without Jewish approval. Americans have not had a presidential choice since 1932. Family. So does, and I'm not going to get into that portion of it. I don't want to get into the satanic worship. But we see here, family, just this off the bat, we proved that, hey, Ron is correct. Ron is quoting a prominent Jew. So he's a prominent Jewish person. Is Ron anti-Semitic because he quoted this guy? Come on, family. Come on, family. I'm giving you nothing but sources. Nothing but sources. But I want to give you a bonus. And I'm going to drop the link here. Let me drop the link now. But I'm going to give a bonus here to you guys. All right, let me give you a bonus. I know some of you guys probably ready to fall out, to go to sleep. I am too. As soon as we wrap up here. All right. I want to say thank you for BS, the contribution. Let me see if I can go to it here. I see you here. Family, let's show some love for BS. Shalom to you. Thank you for the love and support. Really appreciate it. Let's show some love, family. All right. So let's go here. All right. Let's see here. What else? I think I just lost my train of thought. Oh, yeah. I know what I want to do. Let me put one last thing here. And Fast Nickel, I'm going to bring you on in a second here. Let me just do one last thing. I see you in the back here. Let's see here. All right. Do I still have this one up? I want to show one more source here, family. This is a bonus, and I've been showing this for years. Let me show you here. Some of you guys may not be aware of this, but I'm going to make you aware. Let me pull it up here. I'm not going to show the court case again. All right, let me show you a key piece here. And this is going to surprise a lot of you. Some of you guys are going to already know this, who've been following me for years, starting from Facebook. But let's go here. Let's go here. I'm just copying this over. And then we'll have a brief discussion, and I'm going to take it down. The brother could barely keep his eyes open. All right. I'm just finding a point to put this in. All right. I'm going to post it right here. All right. Now, let me see if I can get to it. Okay. All right, family. I'm going to drop this link inside the comment section, and this is a very important piece of information. Share this right here, family. If you have a YouTube channel, share it. Let's at least get this video shared with all the people that's been here over the past week. We should have this video shared at least 100 times. If we have over 100 likes, we should at least have 100 shares. Share it on your YouTube. Share it on your Facebook. Share it on your Instagram. Share this source. Share this video, right? Because I'm giving you nothing but top-notch sources here, all right? All right, I'm going to bring you guys in a second. That's in the back here. Let me just do one more thing here. Let me drop this link here. All right. And let me just read this letter here for you, family. Okay. Now, I know some of you guys are going to be like, well, what does this mean? Let me zoom it in so you can see what it means. And then I'll give you the highlights here. All right. All right. Can you guys read that on your screen? Can you guys read that on your screen? Right. And I'm going to zoom in if you can't read. I got some screen prints anyway. But thank the Most High for how he's for this awakening. He's really waking us up. But notice this here. It says the government has been informed that a Jewish state has been proclaimed in Palestine, and recognition has been requested by the provisional government thereof. The United States recognizes the provisional government as the de facto authority of the, notice what it says here, new state of Israel. But family, I hope you catch this here. You see Jewish crossed off, and written over it is State of Israel. And it was Harry Truman that wrote over it. This is May 14th, 1948. All right. But let me do my screen prints like I normally do, my highlights, so you can actually see it even more. The government has been informed that a Jewish state has been proclaimed in Palestine, right? And recognition has been requested by the provisional government thereof. The United States recognizes the provisional government as the de facto authority of the new state of Israel. If Harry Truman, if he had he not crossed this off, Israel right now, the current Israel, would actually be called the new Jewish state. If it was all about restoring the biblical Israelites, how come we don't see that there? Why do we see Harry Truman? That's why I really believe it was the movement of the Most High that prevented this from happening. He crossed it off. He crossed it off. Harry Truman, the president, former president Harry Truman, crossed it off and wrote the state of Israel. Had he not crossed it off, Israel right now would be called the new Jewish state. All right, family, we're going to go ahead and open up. Let me let some of the people in the back come on in, and let's be respectful with our comments. But let me go ahead and bring some of you guys in, and I really appreciate you guys for being up this late. And family, I could share more, right? I could show you that they were targeting Uganda. They were also targeting Uganda. I'm going to bring these guys in the back. Since I mentioned it, let me just put it up here. They were also targeting Uganda. Let me just put it here real quick. I'm not going to read the article, but I'm just going to drop it right here so you could see with your own eyes. They were targeting Uganda. Look at here. Zionist Congress, the Uganda proposal. August 26, 1903. That's still around the creation of the Middle East. Right? You see it here. 1903. Why were they meeting? Why did they have this council in Uganda? At the 6th Zionist Congress at Basel on August 26, 1903, Herzl proposed the British Uganda program as a temporary refuge for Jews in Russia and immediate danger. So they was looking to make Uganda become part of the new Jewish state. Had that happened, guess what? Would Uganda still exist? Will we see the same thing that's happening currently over in Israel between the Palestinians and the Israelites? Will we see that same type of situation going on over there? Right? We see here. Right? What were some of the other places that was targeted? And according to that council, you're gonna be surprised at this. And guess what? I encourage you guys research and understand the Balfour Declaration. I'm not going to teach it tonight. I'm going to teach it eventually. Notice here, Zangwill turned his attention to settlement in Canada and Australia. Come on, family. You can't get around this. It says here, a project that had some concrete success was the Galveston scheme, which contemplated the settlement of Jews in the American Southwest, particularly Texas. Anyway, that's it, family. That's it. I say, I'm honestly, that's it. Let me stop. Let me bring this back up so we can keep that on the screen for you guys. All right. Let me bring these guys in from the back. I just want to share this again. Let me bring Fast Nickel in. All right, we'll start with you, Fast Nickel. Can you hear me?
Good evening. I can hear you.
Okay. While you're there, I'm gonna bring Miriam in. I'm gonna bring Sister Noble in. Who else do we have here? Stay on Fire Ministry. Okay. So we'll start with you, Fast Nipple. Appreciate you being here tonight.
Thank you for having me. I've been, your show, Teal Ministry, I can't get enough of it because there's just so much information, and just from the stuff that you talked about tonight. So for instance, there was a show I was watching about a week ago, which ties into what you were just talking about with the tablet. And in a show that I watched about a week ago, they had the breakdown of all the different camps in Germany that had like you said, the supposed 6 million, but when they broke it down, the actual number, the exact number is 271,000 people. So it's a far less number than what's being told.
Absolutely. I mean, and I share what, for example, Rosenthal gave clarity as well. And he was a prominent Jew. And matter of fact, keep talking. I'm gonna run and get a book real quick. Keep talking to the people for me if you guys don't mind.
Sure.
I'm gonna run and get a book. It's gonna take about a minute here.
So the other thing that I find interesting is when you look at the Wizard of Oz, and it was an insignificant character, the dog Toto, that pulled back the curtain to expose the wizard. And I feel as though this tweet that may be considered insignificant is the catalyst for this whole Pandora's box that's being opened up. The other thing I wanted to talk about is the whole idea of anti-Semitism, as you were just reading the definition of, because it comes out that basically the term is a catch-22, that they have basically created a definition that allows that if you bring up the definition of what is mentioned, you are looked at as the bad guy, and now you're anti-Semitic. The way they have written the definition.
All right. Now I heard some of your example. I didn't catch it all. Sound like you was talking about Toto exposing the Wizard of Oz.
Correct. So the insignificant character of Toto is the one that pulled back the curtain to expose the wizard. And I look at Kyrie's tweet being the same example or the analogy that his tweet is what could be the catalyst to get this whole movement going.
All right. While and I'm just putting this book on the screen so people can see. My book is all ripped up, right? But guess what? On the cover is ripped, but you can tell I studied this book thoroughly. And it's a lot of great information in here. Man, stuff you'll be surprised. It'll tell you about some Jewish gangsters like Murder Inc. Right? Y'all heard of Murder Inc. with Ja Rule? Guess what? That was actually the name of a Jewish gangster gang. Right? Anyway, that's a whole nother discussion. So a lot of what we're talking about, guess what? Even the Holocaust, the numbers are in here that will tell you and prove that the numbers were much lower. Right? But anyway, appreciate it, my brother. But yeah, even back to your point, the thing that really stands out about that Toto analogy is the same thing that we see happening with Kyrie Irving, right? And also Kanye. It says, remember, he was still trying to talk, say, don't pay attention to that man behind that curtain.
Right.
He was still trying to keep his deception going, even though they saw the man behind the curtain. But don't listen to him. Don't listen to Kyrie Irving, right? Don't listen to him. Still listen to me. Don't listen to Kanye West. Still listen to me. Don't listen to these Hebrew Israelites that are waking up. Listen to me. And they saw the truth, what was lying behind the curtain. All right.
Correct.
So don't go anywhere. We'll keep it going here. The next one we have in line. Go ahead.
I have two things I want to say. One is regarding Shaq and what you were saying. So now, the other night, Shaq came out and basically criticized, called Kyrie an idiot. I don't know if he used that exact word.
Oh yeah, he said idiot. I got it. I got the whole recording.
He said Kyrie should be responsible for putting out that tweet. That if he's going to put out that tweet, he needs to know the backstory of it. And so now coming out that movie is played at a theater owned by him, he's in the same situation. So to me, it's almost like when Pharaoh told Moses, "I'm gonna kill the firstborn," God used his words against him. And I feel as though now Shaq's own words are gonna come back to haunt him, because exactly what he said is exactly gonna have to come down to him that he said to Kyrie.
Well, see, the Most High have a great sense of humor. That's why we got to be careful how we trying to cast light on other people. You know what I mean? Cast a cloud over other people. Hey, Christ said, hey, he didn't say it's not that we're not supposed to judge each other. He said, don't be hypocritical about it. Don't try to call somebody else out because they got a speck in their eye and you got to log in yours. Right. And that's exactly what we see here. And I'm interested in seeing how that's going to play out.
I am too. And the last thing I want to share is what you just showed about the 1903 Uganda program. So when you look at that, if you look at the Balfour Declaration 1918, basically they already had the agenda rolled up and ready. They just used World War II and Hitler as their catalyst to create this Jewish state. But they already had it planned 20, 30 years prior.
Man, even when you talk about the 6 million, really, right? That's 6 million, right? In the Kabbalah, because see, I know a lot about it because my mother practiced Judaism to this day. So I always knew that I was an Israelite. Sound like I'm hearing some feedback in the background. Let me see here. All right. I could go into the Talmud, you know what I mean? I'm very, very, very familiar with the Talmud, the Mishnah, and all of that stuff, right? Got books over here, stacks of it that my mother purchased and gave to me, right? But anyway, it's a lot of information in there about that. It's a lot of information about that, and we just can't go ahead.
You're right, but I was just gonna say it's a shame that so many people came to the defense of the killing of George Floyd. And I'll say that the reason for it is because it was all part of an agenda. And now with Kyrie, it's cricket. You don't even see, like, as you said, you don't even see the players union helping him. Nobody, like, no.
Well, yeah, that's what I just pointed out. You don't, normally the players union. Absolutely. You hit it right on the nose. Normally you see the players union coming out, but you don't see that. You don't see anyone coming to his defense. And even going back to that 6 million, because I mentioned the Kabbalah, that's what I meant to mention, it's 600,000, right? But then you multiply it by 10, because 10, the 10th letter is the Yod, right? The Yod means salvation. It means redemption, right? You multiply it by 10, now you get 6 million. Also, it's believed that there's 6 million characters, Hebrew characters, in what many would call the Old Testament, the Torah today, or the Law of Moses. So that number is a mystical number, right? And it's even in the writings. Repeat that number, keep repeating that number, whether the number is higher than it, or lower or much lower, just keep saying 6 million. And I played the articles not played, but shared the articles, giving information how they've been saying 6 million Jews well before the Holocaust. So that's part of the playbook. That's part of the playbook.
Because if enough people say the number, people will just believe it, whether it's true or not.
Karl Rove, he said, hey, even though he didn't originate the saying, keep saying the lie over and over again. People believe that it's true.
Correct.
So that's where you get into the word charms. That's what charms are. Getting you to keep reciting things through repetition, whether it's by song, or just by reciting the same words, the same phrases. That's what we see today. That's getting into, a whole different level of programming, but let's stay on, I'm gonna give you some more room to get some of the additional thoughts on, but I want to get some of the people here that's online as well here. Miriam, you got the floor, and then Sister Noble.
Hi, greetings to everyone on the panel. And I just want to make a couple of points. One is the curse of Ham and the dog and the raven. If you ask a layman Jew, a Jewish person, where is the Torah kept in the synagogue? It's kept in the Ark. And where was Ham? He was in the Ark. Okay, and in the Ark there was a precious stone on top, and that's supposed to bring light into the Ark. Just like in the synagogue, there's the closet where the Ark is kept. There's a fire that always has to be lit, and the Torah can only be written on skin, just like Ham was stricken on the skin. So I think there's a little more to the story, and the dog was made as a result of copulating in the Ark. The dog was made to be tied, right? And to this day, if you see people, they have their dog and they treat their dog as if it's family. They're in the house with them, whatever. The raven was made to expectorate, which means spit. And ravens are smarter than parrots, and they have the power of speech, which is a human quality. It's almost as if the dog and the raven were brought up almost to the human level. And Ham was stricken as in written, stricken on the skin, just like, I dare say, almost as if Torah was written on the skin. And I think that Ham was also raised to a level. He was already human, but he was raised to another level. And I think it's a little sad that this book is making us run so far away from Ham. We do not want to be connected to anybody of a Ham faith, a Ham background. Okay, so that's one point. The other point I want to make.
Let me just say something real quick. I'm gonna let you finish your points, because like I said, I'm very familiar with the Talmud, and I understand the points that you're making.
Yeah.
But the Talmud, and matter of fact, me and my mother, we talk about it a number of times.
Mhm.
But I understand what you're saying, but no, that's not saying that Ham had writings or Torah written on his skin. It's saying that Ham was cursed to be dark skinned. It's saying Canaan.
I hear it. I'm just pointing out that it's very interesting and similar that also the Torah is put in the Ark, is kept in the Ark with the same light that has to stay on, and it can only be written on skin. That's just a coincidence.
Yeah, I mean, but in the Ark, guess what? You had all of them in the Ark.
Yeah,
I understand what you're saying. The Ark. I know where you're getting at as far as the concept of the Ark.
Mhm.
You're comparing it to the Ark of the Covenant. I definitely understand where you're going at with it. But again, just to give clarity, and see, I'm one of those, and I've dealt with rabbis. I deal with my mother on a regular basis. We literally talk like this on a regular basis. And I go right in like, hey, this is what your Talmud says. Let's confirm it. Show me if there's any sages or old ancient writings that's outside of it that gives confirmation. There is none.
Mhm.
So, and like I said, I definitely understand what you're saying. But I just want to give clarity that I understand, but in their writing, in the Talmud, and there's other things to confirm it within their writings, they're dealing with dark skin as being a problem, being the result of that so-called curse of Ham, which actually Noah was he actually spoke a curse over his grandson,
Right.
not over Ham, right? And if you really go deeper into it, we got the answer what Ham actually did. When we start understanding where it says the nakedness of his father, well, when you go to Leviticus chapter 19, you have the explanation of what the nakedness of his father is. It says the nakedness of the father is the mother. So why would Noah curse the seed? Because now go ahead.
Noah was, from what I understand, he was the best of the worst. Like, he was the best in his generation, and his whole generation was terrible. Okay, so when they went in the ark, they were in the ark, him, his children, and whatever else that was in the ark. Okay, when they what? That's wrong. Okay, but anyway, yes. While they were in the ark, there is a Talmud. I don't know the number or the book, but there is a Talmud that says while they were in the ark, Noah wanted to continue his business, and he wanted to go after the raven. So he tried to, but the raven wouldn't allow. So he wanted to kill the raven. So he tried to send him out of the ark, but the raven kept flying back. And again, he tried to send him out. And finally, the raven opened his mouth because he can. And the raven, it's in the Talmud. You can look it up. And the Talmud.
Where I'm going at with it, what is the Talmud? Let's get to the root of it. What is the Talmud?
What is the Talmud? It's a bunch of arguments and the Mishnah. It's the Gemara and the Mishnah.
Okay. I'll ask it again. What is the Talmud? What is the Talmud supposed to represent?
Their spoken belief.
Okay, I'll answer the question for you. I don't have some of the links I could bring up, letting you hear in their own voice. But what the Talmud is supposed to be is the oral Torah.
Yeah.
They teach that the Talmud, when the Most High gave Moses the covenant, right, and gave him laws, statutes, and commandments, but he said he also gave him an oral Torah along the way.
Right.
So you had the written word and you had the oral Torah.
Yeah.
Right. But they say, according to the Jewish community, as we know them, they say in the 2nd century, because of the fear of the Roman government, right, they decided to take that oral Torah and make it into a written Torah. So now we have 2 written Torahs, right? It's a lot of ambiguity that's with that, right? And it's a lot of contradictions within the so-called Torah, right? I could go into it and prove that a bulk of what we see was not written until like the 10th century, 9th and 10th century. But even then, when we look at the Torahs, the Talmud, it actually started being written in like the 3rd or 4th century. So it's just a lot of, I don't mess with the Talmud because that is not, now it's being taught as if there's 2 laws. In Israel right now, the Torah, not the Torah, the Talmud is now the law of the land. That's what they live by. They teach that without the Talmud, the Torah would be nothing more than practicing voodoo.
I thought I saw you quoting often the Talmud there.
I'm quoting it to show what's in the Talmud. I don't teach out of the Talmud. Yeah, I quote what you saw me quoting is showing what they say about us in the Talmud, not just the Noah, the curse of Ham, but also they teach that compare us to monkeys, apes. They talk about us in a negative way inside the Talmud.
Do you believe in the Talmud?
No, I don't practice the Talmud.
Mm-hmm.
There's only one Torah. That's what was given to Moses by the Most High. When you understand what law, statutes, and commandments is, the commandments, right? Just like the United States have what is called the Constitution. The commandments, those 10 commandments, those are the foundation. That is the covenant. Now, when you start getting into the laws and the statutes are there to show you how to carry out the commandments.
Right.
Right. So what do we need someone to come up with traditions and things that's contrary? Because so many things that's within that Talmud that's contrary to Torah. So I don't teach out of it. I refute. Now I would use it as an example to show that, hey, look at what the Talmud actually says. Like that Talmud also teach that Adam and Eve were that Adam was a hermaphrodite.
Mm-hmm.
It's also in the Mishnah as well.
Okay.
Right? So like someone posted like Teo Ministry, peace and blessings to Teo Ministry. Yeah, the Talmud, like if I'm dealing with a non-Messianic person, they say, hey, you know what? Christ didn't exist. Well, I say, hey, in your Talmud, it gives recognition that it says Christ existed. It says that, hey, the northern kingdom is in Africa, scattered in Africa. But I don't use the Talmud. I don't teach out of the Talmud, because it's contrary. It's contrary to the actual Torah. How do we have two Torahs now? Two written Torahs.
Right. It was written because they were persecuted and they thought they would forget it. So they wrote
They,
it down.
who is they?
I don't know what to call them. The Jewish people.
Wait a minute. But see, when we look at that article, Nature Communication, it says it traces the Jewish community, the Ashkenazi Jews, to 330 people in Europe.
Mm-hmm.
So how were they writing the Torah?
No. There's two Torah. There's the Jerusalem Talmud.
Oh, no, I know about the two Torah, the Babylonian Talmud and the Jerusalem Talmud.
Yeah.
But still, both of them, if we go with the common and popular one, it's the Babylonian.
Right. The Jerusalem was written out of them.
Well, what I'm saying is I don't roll with it.
Okay.
The Most High did not give them that information. The Most High don't need a backup plan. He already had Moses, and he had statutes to create to explain the commandments. It's a lot of stuff all up in the Talmud. I don't rock with it.
Okay. And another point, I just wanted to ask, do you follow, are there rules that you know how in the Jewish people, they have 613 commandments that they follow. Do you follow?
No, I don't follow 613 commandments, because actually there's not 613. That 613 is a mystical number that was created by a Jew back in like the first mention of 613 laws was like in the 3rd, 4th century.
So
there's not 613. I'm just saying to you, I'm just explaining to you that there's not 613 laws. I just go off of what the Most High says in his word, right? What's in his word. Like when we look at it, someone posted about the 119th book of Psalms. The 119th book of Psalms gives so much wisdom on how to use the commandments, how to understand the law, statutes, and commandments. So I don't get into the 613 law stuff, because again, that's something someone created, an individual created and made it, says that there's like 200 and something negative and 300 and something positive, and combined it to 613. So, but but I appreciate it, sis. Anything else? Because I know we kind of gotten away from the overall topic, but anything else?
Yes. Last thing is I understand the Hebrew Israelite, they worked so hard to prove their identity, but my concern is, prove it to who, and when can one pass that state of having to prove their identity and just start doing, you know what I mean? Start just building schools and And the boycott, okay, I know people want to boycott NBA, but only specifically those companies. Why don't we just go full buy black and things like that?
Let's state this here, because I don't knock anyone for having to prove or feeling like they have to prove. Some do, some don't. So I don't want to generalize the whole us as a whole. But when you're being told over and over of what you're not and who you're not, I'm not going to knock it, because guess what? When you look at the Jewish community as we know it, they make it clear that they're Jewish all the time. They say that they make it clear, we're Jewish, we're Jewish, we're Jewish. So I don't think it's a problem with someone saying that, hey, I'm an Israelite. I am an Israelite. I'm a blood descendant of Israel. You know, because again, how many times have we been told that we're Israelites in the church? Little to none. I was raised by my grandmother, my family. They always told us that we was Israelites, but we were raised in the church for the most part. So I don't knock it, because again, how many times have we been actually taught accurately of who we are? So I don't, it's not a deal breaker to me. And I'm not going to knock anyone if they want to can say it every single day. Thank you, Yah, for actually showing me that I'm not in the back of the bus. No pun intended. That I'm actually the people of the book that you actually making reference. I'm not just a convert. You know what I mean? I'm not struggling. I don't have to struggle with my identity anymore, because I was told that I'm a Gentile. But when I ask them where at, they can't point it out inside the scripture. Oh, you're a descendant of Ham. I can show you some stuff to show you just what the church has taught. Some, you know, about us being created on the fifth day that they used to write about and talk about in the 18th century and early in the 19th century, saying that we were beasts created on the fifth day, not the sixth day when man was created. So I don't knock anyone. If they want to say it, they are entitled to saying and being proud of saying that they are Israelites. Paul said it while he was teaching. So I don't knock it. But you know, as long as we put it in its proper perspective to understand, even though we're bloodline Israelites, not all of us, but some of us are bloodline Israelites, you know, but guess what? We still have to have salvation, because an Israelite that don't have salvation is a rebel. He's still an Israelite, but they're a rebel.
Thank you.
All right. But thank you. I really appreciate it for your comments and jumping on. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, Sister Noble.
Yes, brother. I'm sorry. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Brother, I am so glad that you brought this information. Yesterday, I listened to a brother from the Demoan tribe. He's from the Demoan tribe. He's a Black Jew from the Demoan tribe, currently living in Israel today. He says that his family landed in Israel in 1969. His family gave up their American passports, and they have been there in that community ever since. Okay. He explained the definition of Semitic, and based upon that definition, it is Kyrie Irving who has a strong case to claim that anti-Semitism is being done to him. Kyrie Irving is actually the victim of anti-Semitism.
Absolutely. And if you go back to my video I did recently, and actually the one I did last week, I actually showed a court case.
Yes.
Here in the United States, that it's impossible for us to be considered anti-Semitic. You will never see, there's not a single federal case that have been filed that says that we anti-Semitic. That's all propaganda. Why? Because we are considered to be Afro-Asiatic, and Semitic is a subgroup under that, just that alone.
Exactly.
So we can't be anti-self. If we are anti-self, then we got a mental problem.
Exactly.
But that's something that's not handled in the courts. Then they turned it over to who? the doctors.
I know.
Yeah. So I definitely understand. And actually, this is the case. I'll just bring it up here. I'm not going to go over it.
Yeah.
But just so you can see here, this is the case that I've been using for years on top of years to show the people that, hey, this is how you combat a lot of the stuff that we're up against by going into the courts.
Yeah. I mean, they actually
Do you see
slandered
this on your
Kyrie
board here?
Irving. Yes.
So Kyrie Irving, not just Kyrie Irving, Kanye West,
And
there's
Kanye
a case.
West.
There's a
They have
case. Ron
slandered.
Dalton, there's a
Yes.
case there.
Yes.
All right.
Slander
So
and defamation of character. That's what it is. After
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Okay. Got it.
And I'll drop it inside the comment section as well. So if you want to copy that link and review it. But
Okay.
yeah, I've been teaching this for years on top of years, saying, hey, let's take another approach when we're teaching this truth. Because I don't use the common things like the Zionism Bible Dictionary and what's some of the other one? I call it the Awakening Combat Bag.
Yes.
From Babylon and Timbuktu, and
yes,
I don't use any of those sources because I know the others are using them. I'm not knocking anyone that does, but I want to make sure that I use sources that's not common to show that there's more, to get us outside of those sources to be able to really deal with the agendas that's coming at us right now.
Yes.
But I'm sorry.
Yes.
You any other things you want to share?
Yes, I do. In fact, I do. Brother. Last night, oh my goodness, last night I was in church. Well, Friday night that I was in church. And we brought up the Kyrie Irving situation in church. And the pastor expounded more fully about our people as descendants of Abraham and the original Jews, the true Jews. Okay, she said we are the original peoples. And we really are those people in Deuteronomy chapter 28. And, and we are those people who were in Egypt, but the point I'm trying to make is she expounded more fully upon our Jewish heritage or, Jewish actually means a practitioner of Judaism. She expounded upon our heritage.
Oh, wait. Repeat that again.
Yes.
That's a new
She
one for me.
expounded Jewish, according to what this Des Moines brother taught earlier. Well, yesterday, actually, it was yesterday. According to what he said, Jewish means a practitioner of Judaism. But no. Jew is based on your heritage. Calling yourself a Jew is based on your heritage. But if you just say Jewish, then you're talking about specifically practicing Judaism or perhaps being a convert to Judaism. But Jew is more. See what I'm saying? The word Jew versus Jewish. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're trying to convey, but when you look at the word Jew, especially the word Jew itself, the whole concept of the word really started its evolution from the 4th century and Old French and Old English. And by the time we get it to now, right, it's totally the opposite of what it was intended to be. It wasn't used synonymously to Israel, right?
Okay.
It was supposed to be a transliteration of Yahweh. Some would say Yehudi, for Judah. But that word Jew, when we use it today, it's being used synonymous to Israel. And that's a word of confusion. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not all of Israel is Judah. Just like
I know.
All of them are Israel, but not all Israel is Judah. And just like when we think of Judah, that could be the southern kingdom, which is the Benjamites, along with Judah, and the Levites that later on connected with them, or it could be the tribe. So that's where the confusion come in. And I did a lesson titled Words of Confusion. And that's one of the words I highlighted was Jew and Gentile. So
what about Jewish? What about
Jewish, the ish portion of it, basically is saying having the characteristics of, not saying you are the, but having the characteristics of, if you do the etymology of it. So
no,
I'm
I'm saying that he was the one that said that Jewish means somebody who practices Judaism. That's what he said, not me.
Yeah. Well, that's dealing with no. In the law of return, it gives the definition of what it means to be a Jew.
No,
right?
Jewish, not
Well,
Jew.
no, but I'm just giving the law of return. I'm just
Okay,
hear me
got it.
out. In the law of return, I believe it's statute 5700. It says that a Jew is someone that's either practicing Judaism or
Okay,
born to a Jewish mother.
got it.
So that's in the law of return. That's the Israeli, what you call it? I can't remember it. I used to know all this stuff off the top of my head, but it's
Mhm.
an Israeli group, you know, a couple of groups over there, and you go to their website, they have it right there, right in, you know,
Okay,
telling you
got it.
what a Jew is.
Got it.
So that sounds like the definition that they're given. It's right in alignment with the Jewish Federation. That's what it's
Okay,
called,
got it.
the
Got
Jewish
it.
Federation. According
And
to the Jewish
see,
Federation, that's how they define it.
that word is in the Bible. That word is in the King James Version.
What's
Jew.
that?
The word Jew is in
But
the King
see,
James Bible.
but when you go to, for example, what's the Bible I want to use? The Latin Vulgate, which existed
Mhm.
well before the KJV,
Yes,
just from
yes,
the Latin perspective and the Greek perspective, you'll
yes.
see Udeos,
Okay, got it.
right? You won't see Jew because there
Got
was
it.
no J, right? The sound began its conception when we get into the Sephardic Jews, when you hear the Jah, right?
Mhm.
You know, but in ancient Hebrew, there was no J sound.
Yes,
You know what I mean? It
I
was
know.
Yah. So,
Yeah.
so with that being said, you know, I'm just explaining how, you know, that word Jew, right? Even with the KJV, if you go to the Latin Vulgate, or if you go to, you know, a different version of it, yeah, the Latin version of the KJV, you'll see Udeos.
Yes. Yes. I totally understand and I agree. I have actually seen this before. I studied the letter J not actually coming into existence until the 18th century. Actually, I studied it.
Yeah.
It didn't even come into existence until the 18th century. So I definitely understand perfectly what you're saying. I was just telling you what the Demoan brother calls himself. He calls himself
Yeah.
a Jew, and he black. He calls himself a Jew, but he lives in Israel. He lives over there in the country. Okay, and
Okay.
yeah, he lives over there. But I understand perfectly what you're saying. You
Yeah.
know, and I just I totally understand, and Kyrie Irving definitely does have a case against Adam Silver, the NBA, and the Brooklyn Nets for slander and defamation of character. And
Oh,
Kanye
see,
West, yes, yes,
when the information come out
yes.
about, it's going to start when Ron Dalton,
Oh yeah,
when he come out, then all the dominoes going to begin to fall in place.
got it.
Because right now, no one has heard anything from Ron Dalton, and I'm sure eventually we will. You
Mm-hmm.
know, but once he makes that statement and makes it clear that, wait a minute, because I'm just showing proof that they didn't, like when I say they, none of the people, including Adam Silver and all those guys, didn't read his book or watch the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Look at Shaq. Look at the thing that he caught up in now. I'm waiting to hear what he
Yeah.
got to say when he's live and it start getting to his doorstep.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So it's a lot. And I just believe that the Most High, man, he is just great with how he set things up,
Mm-hmm.
because many people are knocking that Kyrie caved and apologized. For me, I'm not caught up in it, because the Most High used him. He used Kanye and others to get this discussion going even
Mm-hmm.
further
Yes.
than where we
Yes.
were a year ago. Because you
Yes.
notice it's always somebody come out, we have a discussion, it pushes it a little further, but it stay at a certain point. Because remember, Whoopi, right? She came out and she didn't say we are the people, but it
Mm-hmm.
caused a discussion. Like, wait a minute, when did the Jewish people become a race?
Mm-hmm.
So it triggered certain discussions. But overall, I'm just thankful that I'm just thankful that we're living in this land, this time, this dispensation of time. Now I sound like I'm in the church. This dispensation of time, right? You know, and I'm just thankful that the Most High allowed us to live in this time to see His prophecies, major prophecies, being fulfilled before our eyes.
Yes. Yes. Yes, I am too. I am too. And I am from the tribe of Judah. So I am from the tribe of Judah. I got to make that known. Okay, I'm
Okay.
good. I'm good. I just
Hey,
had
I
to tell
appreciate it,
y'all.
sis.
I just had to tell y'all that.
Oh, I understand. I
All
understand.
right.
Hey, I appreciate it. Thank you for being on, and thank you for taking time. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All
Have a
right.
good night.
Shalom.
Shalom.
All right. Let's see here. I think we have Stay on Fire and Christina Laster. Go ahead, Stay on Fire. How's it going?
Shalom, Pastor. Shalom. How are you?
Shalom. I'm doing great. Thank you.
Good. I know it's a change of pace. It's usually my husband, but I was just listening in, and I just really want to just get on here first to say thank you, as always, to just the time and effort that you put into educating the people of the Most High. And I just want to encourage everybody. You know, the Most High says that his people perish for lack of knowledge, and it's more important than ever that right now we truly have knowledge of what we're up against, and also that we get an understanding. He says, in all thy getting, get an understanding. So I just want to encourage everybody to play this video back, listen to it, take notes if you didn't, because he really dropped a lot of information for us to really have an understanding of what we're up against so that we can properly fight in the Ruach, in the spirit. We know that this warfare is not carnal, but it is in the Ruach that we are fighting. But we must have knowledge and we must have an understanding. So I just pray that we all continue to get an understanding and share this video. Please share this video, because we all need to understand the things that he's teaching right now. He's really taking time to educate us so that we can grow. So share this video, pray over it, spend time in the presence of the Most High so that he continue to grow you, and continue y'all to just study to show thyself approved unto the Most High Yah. That's all I really had to say. It was just quick. Pastor, I just wanted to thank you because you really took time to make sure that you teach us during this time. And that's really important. We need to be taught, because there are a lot of things that are coming up against us, and we have to understand how to fight against it and how to have an answer.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And thank you for the encouraging words. I couldn't have put it in, stated it any better. And I just hope and pray that those that are watching, like you said, take the information and not just hoard it to themselves, but just share it, use it as an opportunity to help sharpen how we communicate with others about who we are.
Yes.
And even when we get into some key discussions, you know, like talking about the Talmud, you know, we don't have to be masters of everything, but just have enough to know how to go into certain resources and pull out what we need to do to help us in whatever conversations.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
But thank you. I really appreciate it, sis. And where are you calling from, if you don't mind me asking? Like, what state are you calling from?
We're in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. So if there's anyone in our area, surrounding areas, you don't have to be in Murfreesboro. Just please reach out to us. Our ministry is Stay on Fire Ministry. You can find us on YouTube, and we'll be more than happy to share more information for how we can connect if you're around us.
Okay. Man, I didn't even pay attention to the name there. I thought you were somebody else. Man, Stand on Fire Ministry. I'm normally used to hearing your husband come on.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was saying. This is a change of pace, because usually it's my husband. But man, you were just giving so much information to us that the Most High was just touching on me to come on. My husband is actually asleep, but I was still listening. And like I said, I'm just thankful because this knowledge that you are pouring into his people right now, we really need it. And so I'm just thankful for what you're doing. We really need this.
Oh, thank you. I really appreciate it, the love and support. And just tell the people about your ministry and how to subscribe to your channel and everything, you know, just so that way they're aware that where you're located at, they can, you know, if they don't have a place of worship, they can definitely look you up. Or when they're in the area.
Absolutely. So again, we are located in Murfreesboro, Tennessee, which a better way, it's really close to Nashville. So if you know where Nashville, Tennessee is, we're about 30 minutes away. You can find us on YouTube at Stay on Fire Ministry. And we're just committed to uniting the people of the Most High, awakening his people to who they are, and just getting us back to loving one another as he loves us, so that we can also love one another. So that's really what we're big on, and just truth, educating our people and just growing us so that we can fight this battle. We are the
we are the Most High's battle axes, so we got to be sharp. We got to sharpen each other. So that's what we're committed to as a ministry. So yeah, if you guys are in the surrounding areas, you can also find us on Facebook. My husband is Ray King Hardy, and he does lives from time to time. So even if you don't have YouTube, but you're on Facebook, you can add him as a friend, and he does teachings on there as well.
Okay. Yeah, I have to look him up on Facebook. I haven't been on it as much as I used to be, because Facebook was doing all kinds of stuff to suppress my channel. That's how I ended up going to YouTube, because they started throttling my bandwidth, and after 2 or 3 minutes of being live, they kicked me out of it. They did that for about a year and a half. So I kind of gave up with doing lives on YouTube and just been just transition over to not YouTube, but Facebook, but transition to YouTube.
Well, we're definitely thankful to have you on this platform for sure.
Well,
and they can't stop it. They can't stop the message. They can't stop it. Even if they try, they can't stop it.
Absolutely. Well, I appreciate it, sis, and feel free anytime when we're live. Feel free to jump on. The door is always open up to you guys. So I really appreciate the love and support again. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Pastor. And shalom, family.
Shalom to you. I see here. Who else do we have here? Christina Lassiter.
Yes, hi. Usually I have Y Society as my YouTube name, but I signed in right here.
So you're trying to trick us? You're trying to throw us off here? Okay.
I thought everybody would see the picture, but just peace and blessings. All praises to the Most High. Honor and praise.
Oh, real quick, let me do this real quick before you get into it. I want to say peace and blessings to RLB Bella family. Let's show some love and support. Thank you for the contributions tonight. And family, again, let's show some love and support because really appreciate you guys really sowing your time, your effort, just listening to what we're doing tonight. And thank you for sowing the seed into this work. Thank you again.
Okay.
Okay, you got it, sis.
Yeah, so I just wanted to really lift up and be mindful of the fact that Kyrie did say that I heard him say he was 30 years old. Okay. And I have a son that's 11 years old, and this is not just a one generational work. This is a intergenerational work. The children are watching. They're trying to figure out where they stand in all this. My kids ask me about it every day. I have grandchildren too. And they are looking up to people like yourself that are standing up for truth and standing up in this hour, even in the face of adversity. And it reminds me of Genesis 14 when Abraham heard about Lot. He didn't even think about it. He got 318 of his trained brethren and went and got Lot. And out with Lot came the children and everything else. And so besides fasting and praying, I want to know, what can we do as family, as community, to lift you and other people like yourself that are delivering this hard message that a lot of people are scared to say? How can we continue to support and encourage you guys in this time? Because our children are watching this all play out too. And it's very important that they continue to be fortified in the truth and know that it's not a time to be cowards. It's time to not have fear and to be brave.
Well, I think one of the biggest things is just, of course, just sharing it, sharing it on, let's just say for everyone that's subscribed to the channel or click the like button, they can click the share as well. To share the information, share the links, so that way others can hear it. And I think that's the biggest thing that we have to start doing, is start sharing these links on other platforms, so that way it gives an opportunity for those that don't know or not aware to hear. And also the other thing that you pointed out that I mentioned earlier, we have to understand we're all one. Whether we agree or disagree, we're
Right.
one. Sometimes we can get caught up in some minor things, and before you know it, we're treating those minor things as if it's a major thing. Like I use this for example, like when Peter, right, when you read the scriptures and talk about how he sank right into the water, But when you really pay attention to it, it wasn't the same storm where the Messiah had to say, "Peace be still." He took what was like a, turbulence and made it into a storm because of how he approached it. When he walked on the water, because, Christ told him, come on out here. He came out there, and what did he do? He took his eyes off of him. And sometimes we could take something that should be a situation we should be easy to get around and get over, and we make it into a big deal. Like you mentioned Kyrie Irving, 30 years old. Hey, someone say, hey, Kyrie Irving, hey, he's not consistent, or he's not this, or he's not that, or look, he folded to pressure. I don't look at it that way. I just look at it like, hey, the Most High still allowed things to move forward.
Right.
Are we going to agree with everything with Kyrie Irving? Absolutely not. Just like I don't agree with everything with Kanye West. He got some things that I just don't agree with. But at the same time, I thank the Most High that, hey, they are, the Most High is using their situations to ask, to have people asking questions now have to give an answer. So I appreciate it.
Yes, exactly. And, that's why I brought up the Abram and Lot situation, because I don't think Abram agreed with everything Lot was doing either. But he went and got him,
That's right.
and so I can appreciate the value of just saying we are one. And I thank you for everything that you do. And again, encourage everybody to have these discussions with their children so that our children can understand, and then it helps them to also have a defense when they're asked questions.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I appreciate it, sis. I know I'm starting to lose my voice here, but really appreciate the words of encouragement and the words of wisdom. Excuse me, because you're absolutely right. We have to make sure that we stay on the same page, regardless of our differences, understanding that there's a threat that don't care about our differences, right? There's a threat that just see us all as one threat.
Right.
And we have to press beyond our differences, like the three kings, the northern kingdom, the southern kingdom, and the Edomite king.
Mm-hmm.
They all came together to fight against a bigger threat that did not care about their internal squabbles.
Correct.
So really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, since you're on here and we still got Fast Nickel and Sister Noble, we're going to do what I normally do when I still have a handful of people on. I'm going to go around the room. I'm going to allow you guys to give a final word because I'm ready to take it down. Really, I have a 2-hour limit and I doubled that, right? So my eyes start looking like I need to get drug tested, and before you know it, I mean, I start losing my voice. I'm surprised my voice lasted this long. But what we're going to do, I'll start with you, Fast Nickel. If you have any final words that you want to share with the people, and if you have somebody or something that you want to throw into the garbage can.
So thank you for final words. The comment I'll make is about the Talmud. As you were, mentioning it, it's interesting. It's basically what religion is. When you look at all these different religions, they are man's addition to what God has put in place. And all we need is God's word. But man always wants to try to think they're one step ahead. So as you're saying, get away from the Talmud, just get back to the Bible. And that's all we need. Like I told you last time, we just need to defrag our minds from this nonsense and just get back to basics.
Absolutely. I totally agree. That's why I had to reiterate that point. I don't need to go from the commentaries and all that stuff, from the books and everything, from being in the church, going to school there. I don't need that. I don't need to jump out of the frying pan into the fire. I refuse to do that. So not on this platform, not in our house. As Joshua says, for me and my house, we're going to serve the Most High.
And just the last thing, I mean, I'm not really sure when you say the garbage can, but just the phrase garbage can, my thought is Shaq, because he put his foot in his mouth. And I am totally looking forward to what comes up next, or will there be hypocrisy and they just slip it under the rug?
Absolutely. And family, this is what Shaq said, and we'll get the garbage can for Shaq, but this is what Shaq said.
And it hurts me sometimes when we have to sit up here to talk about stuff that divides the game. Now we got to answer for what this idiot has done. We got to answer for what this idiot has done. We got to answer for what this idiot has done.
He called Kyrie Irving an idiot, and it wasn't just him. Charles Barkley said the same thing. I'll play Charles Barkley real quick.
First of all, Adam's Jewish. You can't take my $40 million and insult my religion. If you're going to insult me, you have the right, but I have the right to say, no, you're not going to take my $40 million and insult my religion. I think the NBA, they made a mistake. We have suspended people and fined people who have made homophobic slurs, and that was the right thing to do. I think if you insult the black community, you should be suspended or fined heavily, depending. I saw they did the same thing to the kid in Minnesota this year when he made the gay slur. I think you should get suspended or fined. I think him acknowledging the Alex Jones thing should have happened with that too, because that dude's crazy. And I can't believe that we ain't talking about that. We're talking about this idiot.
So both of them called them idiots on the same show, one right after the other.
And their comments are ignorant.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So Shaq got something, he got some answers that he's going to have to address. And I'm sure it already got to his doorstep. So I'm going to pull out the garbage can, as you pointed out. So let's give Shaq, Barkley, what's his name? What's that basketball player? Amari Stoudemire. Let's give them the garbage can. Let's give both of them, all of them, the garbage can. Where's my garbage can here?
Well, you know, but Shaquille got on him more so for saying, hey, you're putting out a tweet, but you're responsible because you didn't know the information behind it. And that's the thing right there, because now he's caught where it's his movie theaters showing the movie. So he's caught up in the same logistics that he put Kyrie under.
Yeah, and I look at it all of them because they none of them read the book and they all saying the same thing. The difference with Shaq, he started off with the idiot comment, and also he's been going back and forth with Kanye West, bragging that he got more money to Kanye got now. You know, so all of them got judgment coming, but all of them got pie in their face because how are they going to handle this? Is Charles Barkley going to call him an idiot? Because now it's like, wait a minute. Kyrie said he didn't know. All he did was posted the link. So now they're telling him, hey, you should know the history about this movie. You should know not to post this movie. Okay, exactly. Shaq, you're in the same boat. Now yours even take it a step further. Not only did you just post a link, but you actually shared the movie inside your Cineplex. You know, it premiered. So how are you going to handle it? Now, exactly. Instead of Shaq got a log in his eye trying to take a piece of lint or a splint out of somebody else's eye. So it's going to be interesting how it circles back, like the sister earlier pointed out. What's going to be interesting is when Kyrie Irving and when all of them start really going legal, because it's not over. You know, you don't just allow monies to just walk away, you know, just leave. No, there's a legal aspect to this that's going to come out. And I believe once the dominoes start rolling or falling when it comes to Ron Dalton, and especially when eventually he do address it, because I know he's going to address it eventually, because if we were in that same boat, we would address it as well. So we wouldn't let it just go, you know, happen the way it is. So I'm sure eventually he'll address it. And I believe that's where the domino is going to start falling.
And we don't know, because we know that a big reason why people of color, especially African Americans, have never gotten reparations is because if they did, it would fulfill prophecy. And they know that they're on the bad side of the prophecy. But
Yeah.
you know, because of everything that's going on, it may force the issue. Because
Absolutely.
you know, anything that is of God, it's going to come to pass whether you like it or not.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, my brother, we could go into that. That'll be a whole nother discussion. I'm not going to have me up here for another hour. You trying to get me into another discussion? No, that ain't happening. I'm just joking with you, man. But yeah, I just really appreciate it. And we'll do this again next weekend. Same bat time, same bat station. And so we gave Shaq the garbage can. We giving Barkley the garbage can. We giving Amari Stoudemire the garbage can. So I really appreciate it. But the reparations, the key to reparations, especially with these unconscious community people that's speaking contrary, is going to fall right in. They have to understand the Hebrew Israelite identity.
Correct.
You got to go. It's going to go through that. It's going to go through that, because if the Jewish community getting reparations,
the topic is being forced to be talked about.
Exactly. So yeah, my brother, really appreciate it. So I'm gonna let matter of fact, let me give a shout out here real quick. Apostle, thank you again, Fast Nickel. Really appreciate it. Apostle Curtis, family, let's support Apostle Curtis, the elder. Let's get his likes up and subscribes. His subscribes up on his channel. Let's give Apostle. Let's just acknowledge the elder here. Really appreciate Elder Curtis, Apostle Curtis, who's really doing a lot for this community, more than what we can ever imagine. So let's show some love for Apostle Curtis, Apostle Lewis right now, and appreciate you again, Apostle. Thank you for the love and support. Thank you again, Stay on Fire Ministry. Let's show some love for Stay on Fire Ministries. Thank you guys. Really appreciate you guys. Really appreciate it. So with that being said, you next, Sister Noble. Any final words or anyone you want to put in the garbage can? All right. If you're talking, you may have to unmute your mic, but if not, I'll understand. Okay. All right. Could also be the sleep could have kicked in because it is kind of late, right? So, but I really appreciate it. All right, I'm gonna go to you, Sister Christina. I'm gonna go ahead and give you opportunity, the garbage can, and also, any final thoughts.
Yes, thank you, and I appreciate it. I'm on California time, so I know you're tired. Job said, what he had feared had come upon him, and what he dreaded had befallen him. And so I would really want to throw our fears in this hour of speaking out and speaking up in the trash can. I know that it's a challenge. People are watching, and they have things that they're going to say, but even if it's family members or whatever, we just need to be bold and speak up and tell the truth.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So anyone or anything or any group you want to put in this garbage can?
Oh, we'll be here a whole nother 2 hours if I start throwing particular. Let's throw fear in the garbage can. Just throw our fears in the garbage. How about that? Can we just throw our fears in the garbage can and just be bold? That's all I can say for right now.
Nah, I ain't letting you off the hook that easy. You're gonna have to give me some more.
I really don't like the way that the media kept, I don't know who it was that kept asking Kyrie the questions, but whatever that guy's name is, I want to throw him in the trash can. I don't know who he was because I couldn't see them, but there was one particular person that kept trying to trigger him. And so if I had a choice, I would throw him in the trash.
Absolutely. I know what you're talking about. I can't remember his name either. And in a regular way of the protocol of how things are done, it shouldn't even gotten that far.
Right.
Someone should have cut him off and say, hey, that's enough, because that's not allowed. But they allowed him to do it for Kyrie Irving and do it not once, but twice. So that was a setup. He shouldn't have even gotten that. He shouldn't have even been back in the press conference a second time.
Yeah. And that's unethical reporting practices. So that's a whole nother thing to add to a lawsuit. So
absolutely. Absolutely. So we're going to throw that guy name. I don't remember his name, but we're going to throw all the ESPN up in there because that they are part of the agenda. So we'll give them the garbage can. Here we go. All righty. I want to give some shout outs to Credit and Legacy. I want to thank you for the contribution, family. Let's show Credit and Legacy some love here. Thank you for the love and support. Thank Fast Nichols, Sister Noble, and others that have joined in. And we're getting ready to take it down. But the final words, I'm going to say this, family: be encouraged. In the words of Moses, the words that he was given when Israel had already come out of Egypt and they was on their way to the promised land, and they came into what seemed to be a dead end, water in front of them, and the Egyptians, which represents their past, wanting to come and catch up with them for the purpose of killing them, and many of them, and bringing them back into bondage. Exodus chapter 14, verse 13 to 14, it says, fear ye not, stand still, see the salvation of Yahweh. These Egyptians that you see here today, these strongholds, this siege that we're dealing with right now, will never have power over us ever again. The Most High will fight for us. But here's the kicker, family. We have to hold our peace. Can't go back. Can't stay here. Keep moving forward. Shalom.
Listen, Genesis chapter 11, verse 10 explains the genealogy of Shem. Shem was a black man in Africa. If you repeat this back, Genesis 14, verse 13, Abraham steps on the scene. Being a descendant of Shem, which is a fact, means Abraham too was black. Abraham, born in the city of a black man, called Nimrod, grandson of Ham. Ham had 4 sons. One was named Canaan. Here, let me do some explaining. Isaac was Jacob had 12 sons, for real, and these were the children of Israel. According to Genesis chapter 10, these were the children of Israel. According to Genesis chapter 10.